Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, great. No, I see the energy is very up this
Good morning,
morning.
Doc.
Happy to hear that it is a good morning. Welcome to the 6th Annual Emerging and Established African Researcher Training Academy. This particular session is on theoretical and conceptual frameworks in research. And then it will be from now until 11:30. There are mainly 3 objectives of the session. One, we'd like the attendees, participants in the session to walk away at least with a sense of how to differentiate between a theoretical and a conceptual framework. We are hoping to discuss how these concepts are reflected in various components of our research, and then explore the relevance of theoretical frameworks in quantitative and qualitative research. The scholar who will be holding the space for us today and taking us through that and helping us understand some of these frameworks and concepts is Dr. Charles Musarurwa. Dr. Charles, are you with us? Dr. Charles?
Hello.
Okay, great. So
Yes.
Dr. Musarurwa is here.
Yes.
So Dr. Musarurwa will be giving us the presentation on theoretical and conceptual frameworks today, helping us on the technical side, and later on will be really taking us through what it means, what AI means for the writing, the generation of theoretical and conceptual frameworks is Sylvia Hahn. Sylvia will also be mending our chat box there. So please, any inputs, any questions, please put them in there. Sylvia is keeping a very close eye on our chat. Another thing that I need to remind you of is that this session is being recorded. And then that I think I've already said that it will run until 11:30. So without further delays, Dr. Musarurwa, I will hand over to you to take us through your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be part of this talk. And so today, I'll look at philosophical and conceptual frameworks, which is a rather very fluid type of discussion, because people look at it from many different ways. By the end of this particular talk, we have tried to define the concepts that relate to the research process, that is research itself, theory, conceptual and conceptual frameworks. And we have tried to differentiate the conceptual and theoretical frameworks, and then discuss how these concepts can be reflected in the various components of the research. Now, maybe let me start by, sorry, Boitumelo, is someone sharing these slides?
No one is sharing, but I can share them for you.
Yeah, you can share them for me.
Okay, sure.
Thank you so much. Yes. Now, maybe let me start by just by a small story, a fictitious story, and from there we can take discuss the theoretical and conceptual frameworks. Now, I'm looking at a fictitious African village where we have someone, a lady who is critically ill, and then the brothers have to decide what to do with the illness. The first brother says, well, this looks like malaria. Let's take the patient to the hospital immediately so that he can get medical treatment. The other brother says, I know of a faith healer who lives nearby. He has helped many people. Some people have got well. We can also try that one. And another one will probably talk about an inyanga or a nganga, a traditional healer who will give him traditional medicine that will help that particular person heal up. Now, when you look at that, you can actually see a situation where to try to solve a particular problem, you have three people coming up with three different decisions or frameworks of reference. One wants modern medical treatment, the other one wants faith healing, the other one wants traditional medicine. So what's happening here is a situation where we are saying, just like a researcher, you go into a research with a preconceived philosophy or a philosophy that you subscribe to solve particular problems. And that turns out, or that gives us, can we say, that gives us an idea of what we call paradigms. And I just don't want to talk much about paradigms as such, but it was just to say to us, probably as we go into our research, we have certain frames of reference that we use, which are patterns which gives organization and direction to given areas of our investigation or scientific investigation. So from these three whom I have referred to, probably they will try each and every one of them, or they will try to look at which one is the most or the best way to get that person healed. Now, just like us researchers, we subscribe to different paradigms. Other people are too scientific, they're too quantitative. Others are qualitative. They are people who think, who look at problems from a different view, who look at knowledge as coming from as a social product, and therefore you would find that now relates us to whether we are quantitative or we are qualitative. But the problem is that whichever paradigm we belong to, there's this danger that there's a time when a certain paradigm may not be able to address certain problems. And that is the reason why we might change. We might change and focus on other paradigms. So paradigms are often paradigms of thought are often confronted with problems or phenomena which they have no solutions or explanations, right? For example, as I was saying, if you take someone with malaria to a faith healer, that will not help. And people who have gone that way will know that it doesn't work. They have to move to another paradigm, which is the medical one. So researchers who subscribe to a paradigm may become aware of the existence of these anomalies and that there are no solutions. E.g., For example, when you look at things like poverty, especially poverty and these other issues which are not quantifiable, it will be useless for someone to look at a quantitative techniques, right, to solve those problems. And therefore, people would move to the qualitative aspect. So some of these anomalies are such that the paradigm cannot be reoriented, cannot be retooled, cannot be regenerated, and therefore there's no way you can probably treat malaria by going to a faith healer or in Inyanga. And this leads to a crisis, confusion, and so forth. So we are saying how different would poverty issues be researched qualitatively and quantitatively? Now, if you look at this, we are saying here, for example, when you look at the quantitative aspect, someone who is going to, sorry, I'm a geographer, and that's why I'm referring too much to poverty issues and some of these issues. So we are saying for a quantitative techniques, for a quantitative person, things like the poverty datum line, things like per capita income, things like the total number of workers in an area would be used to measure poverty and come up with solutions. But when you look at the other end, people would like to look at bread and butter issues, would like to look at who owns the land, who owns the means of production, and so forth. And therefore, you would have different things there. Anyway, let us move on. Research and why we research. Research is a process through which knowledge is obtained. And we are saying that knowledge comes from problem solving, right? That is scientific procedures, methods, or techniques. And research comes from scientific procedures which are tested and systematized as much as possible. That's what we've been told, that is what is knowledge from a scientific point of view. In other words, we are saying knowledge is a science, knowledge is a product, knowledge comes from research, and therefore, science is knowledge, although we should also know that not all knowledge is science, right? E.g., as I was referring to faith, as I was referring to knowledge from daily experiences, it may not be scientific, but it's still knowledge. Then research is systematic, it is controlled, it is empirical, it is critical investigation of phenomena, and hello, we are still together?
Yes. We are
Yes,
still
boss.
together,
Yeah,
Dr.
we're still
Musarurwa.
together.
Yes, we are.
Yes. So I'm quoting
I'm with Prof.
something from Divorce et al. Would look at research as systematic, controlled, empirical, and the critical investigation of phenomena guided by theory, hypothesis, and presumed relations. So we undertake research to solve problems that affect society, the environment, and humanity. Then that is a scientific way of looking at research, and of course, research is always scientific as such. Now, if you go on, you would find that we are saying research is a way of solving a problem. You always come to research in order to solve a problem. In other words, any research comes from a problem. You cannot look for something to research on. You look for a problem, then you solve it. But then when we look at research, we are confronted with quite a number of issues, right? A number of concepts which many people may not understand, right? When my students come to research, when I do research with my students, there are certain things that, certain concepts that we relate with, that we use. Things like a concept, things like theory, things like conceptual framework, things like theoretical framework. And this is what gives many people sort of hard time to understand. Let me just briefly go through some of these concepts. The first one is a concept. Now, because it is from a concept and a theory that we talk of conceptual and theoretical frameworks. A concept is just an image, a symbolic representation or an abstract idea, right? And conceptualization itself is really culturally related. I'll give you an example. Some time ago, I went for an educational visit to Cuba, and I was visiting educational institutions. Now I'm used in Southern Africa. A school is it occupies a very large area with a lot of blocks scattered around in administration and so forth. So when I went there, they took me to a school. They drove me to a place. Then they said, yes, here is the school. Then I said, where is the school? It was because it was just one building, a flat going upstairs with everything in there. And that was my concept of a school as I knew it was not the one that I was seeing. So a concept is an abstract idea. It depends with your culture at times, and therefore we have to understand what a concept is. It's a complex mental formulation of experience. So it's experiential and also as components of a theory which convey an abstract ideas within a theory. So at times we try to group different concepts and put them into a theory, organize them, come up with a theory. Or a theory is made up of those different concepts. So next one is a theory. A theory is a set of propositions that are logically arranged, expressed in relation amongst several different constructs and propositions. And a theory is an abstract description of the relationships between concepts that help us understand the world. So when you take the concepts, the various concepts, and then group them together, and we have a theory there.
All right, I think we're having some technical glitches with
is the operation of a people. They are disruptive, they are predictive. So there are many ways through which theories can be used to describe, to explain, to disrupt your thinking, and can I say constructively, and even to predict. That's what you in others in 2020. Now, conceptual versus theoretical frameworks. Many people have a very, can I say, a difficult task to try to differentiate conceptual and theoretical frameworks. Let me start with the conceptual framework. A conceptual framework brings together several related concepts to explain or predict an event or help us understand, right, the phenomenon of interest. So here, the words in red, explain, predict, understand, are actually part of a theoretical, a conceptual framework, right? It is inductive, right? The process is inductive, where small individual pieces and ideas and concepts are joined together to build a bigger map of possible relationships. So when you are researching, for example, you might have an idea. You can put up your ideas into a flow chart to say, I'll begin with this. This idea is linked to this one. And that flow chart becomes a conceptual framework that is giving you a bigger picture, a bigger map of the possible relationships of what exactly you want to put across. Right? It is a collection of concepts that are drawn from different sources that are related to each other in a way, that enable the researcher to address his or her problem. So that's where the conceptual framework comes in. Concepts are placed in logical sequential order in a format or structure, specifically representing the concepts and proposition in a way that a theory cannot do. You see, when you look at a theory, let's say the social learning theory, it has its own basic tenets. It gives you the fundamental, the foundations of that particular theory, but it cannot relate to a particular problem. It is you who use that theory to relate to a particular problem. And when you break it down and make sense out using that theory, you come up with a theoretical, you come up with a conceptual framework that you put within that particular theory so that people can understand, or you can understand what you are researching on. So it is a researcher's own position on the problem, and it gives direction to the study, right? You are doing what a theory cannot do. A theory is general. A theory gives you the general framework. It gives you the general mental framework of what you should be doing. Now, a conceptual framework is, Fabio and others in 2020 says that a conceptual framework is the justification for why a given study should be conducted. The conceptual framework, one, describes the state of non-knowledge, usually through a literature review. So you can see now, when we look at a research in terms of literature review, the gaps that are that you come up with when you do a literature review. Remember, when you do a literature review, you are saying, who else has done this? Someone will look at this. I will not go deeply into this. Who has done this? How did they do it? What were their findings? Which methods did they use? Which methods worked? Which did not work? And which can I borrow? And from all what they've done, so where do I situate my own research? Should I still continue to go on? So you can see that that is all part and parcel of a conceptual framework, identifying gaps of our understanding of a phenomena or problem, outlining briefly the methodological underpinnings of the research. So it is, they say it is constructed to answer two questions. Why is this research important? And what contributions might these findings make to what is already known? So you can see a conceptual framework also just is more or less what you put down is more or less what you put down as the flow of your research, what it will look like, and justifying it. Right? So the next one, how do we differentiate it from a theoretical framework? A theoretical framework, next slide. It is logically developed, connected set of concepts and premises developed from a theory or more theories that a researcher chooses to use, guide, to scaffold his or her study. So you can use one theory, you can use several theories, right? Someone might choose to use constructivism is a paradigm, but within constructivism we have different theories in there. Vygotsky, the Piaget, Bruners, and so forth, they all come in, they are part of that constructivism. So you can have more theories or one theory guiding a study. to scaffold what you are researching on. So it explains an event, it sheds light on the phenomenon or research. Now, there is a problem here. The problem being that we do have people who are more into quantitative research, and we do have people who are into qualitative research. So the way we use a theory and come up with a theoretical framework is different depending on your inclination. A theoretical framework from a quantitative perspective, a theory in quantitative research is an interrelated set of constructs or variables formed into a proposition or hypothesis. So what we are saying here is that as we go on, you'd find that in quantitative research, they use theories, and the theoretical framework is such that you want to prove or you want to falsify a theory. So the theory guides, it is to guide your study. But you would find that as we go along, it's not the same with qualitative research. So a theory in quantitative research is an interrelated set of constructs or variables formed into propositions or hypotheses that specify the relationship among variables in terms of magnitude and direction. It might appear in a research study as an argument. A theory might appear as a discussion. It might appear as a figure, a rationale. It helps to explain, it helps to predict the phenomena that occur in the world. So we have that situation whereby we are using a theory, we are leaning too much on theory from a quantitative perspective. So the next slide on is use of theory in quant and qual contradictory. Hey, the way I wrote contradictory there, sorry about that. Is the use of theory in quant and in quantitative and qualitative research contradictory? Now, a theoretical framework, as I said, is a component of literature review. Usually, we put our theoretical framework in a literature review and is used to determine which theories might be used or to explore research questions in a scholarly study.
Dr. Musarurwa? Dr.
Hello?
Musarurwa? We cannot see your face. We are seeing the light.
Oh,
The
sorry.
lampshade there, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you see me now?
Yes, now we can see you clearly.
All right.
Yes.
Unfortunately, on the other gadget that I'm using, I can only see the slides, so I couldn't really. All right. So we are saying here, in quantitative research, researchers test theories as an explanation for answers to their questions. But in qualitative research, researchers are aiming to generate theory out of the research. Theory becomes an outcome. Theory is an end product, right? So here we have is that contradictory? I'm not quite sure. But we are saying at one end, we use theory to answer our research questions. On the other side, we actually look at the data, synthesize it, analyze it, and we come up with a theory altogether. So we have two different things on, one end is different from the other. So in mixed methods research, researchers may both test theories and generate them. So that's where the difference comes in. So it's not really contradictory, but it depends on what you want to achieve, what you want to do. Are you replicating a study? Are you testing a theory to see whether it applies to this, or you are coming up with something quite different? Now,
We have about 5 minutes left, Dr. Musarurwa, of the presentation.
sorry. All right, let me just now go on. Can I do I let me go to first activity there. I will just go through it. Next slide. Mount Everest in Nepal is the highest mountain in the world, standing at 8.8 kilometers above sea level. The summit is characterized by a thin atmosphere with a pressure of less than 356 millibars, a pressure of oxygen insufficient to support human life, right? And therefore it's called a death zone. Human life needs about 475 millibars to survive, right? Now, given such information, which framework would you use to explain the existence of fish fossils on Mount Everest? If you were given this scenario, which framework would you use to explain the existence of fossils on Mount Everest? Right? I don't know. Boitumelo, can I go through? Can I? Will they give me answers later, or I can go ahead?
No, Doctor, I think they can tackle this in the groups that we will have as part of the session. So my suggestion is that you wrap up the presentation and then we take this into the breakaway groups, the activity one.
All right. Right. Let me wrap up. Summary comparison of the use of theory. Right. I'm looking at a situation where we are now saying, when we look at theory, we have a quantitative research and qualitative research. In quantitative research, theory is used deductively, right? You get the theory, and whatever research you have to do, you see whether it fits into that theory. But on qualitative research is inductively. You collect the data and you use that theory. You use that data to come up with a theory. In quantitative research, the conceptual framework includes relevant literature, a summary of theory, hypothesis, methodology, outcomes, and also the variables that you'll be working with. But in qualitative research, the researcher constructs a tentative conceptual framework at the beginning of the study. Otherwise, the conceptual framework evolves during the study as new ideas, insights, and knowledge are developed, right? In quantitative study, conceptual framework is finalized before the study and is modified once data is collected, once data collection is started. But on the other end, in qualitative, theory is a product of research generated from the data. Okay, well, this is conceptual framework, right? Theoretical framework is set before the research is done. That is in quantitative research. But in qualitative research, theory is a product of the research. Yes, those are the two that I wanted to link. Typically, one theory is chosen to guide the study in quantitative research, but in the qualitative research, one or more theories can inform the research process, right? And lastly, the design is not modified but follows a set structure in quantitative research. But in the qualitative research, the design can be modified midway depending on the findings. Right. So that's the summary that I had, summarizing a theoretical framework and conceptual framework versus quantification in the qualitative research. I hope I'm on time, Boitumelo.
Yes, Doc, I think we are still safe. We are still safe. Thank you for such a rich presentation, Dr. Musarurwa, really rich presentation. I was also realizing as you were talking that the positionality and what it means for the work that we do. And I'm sure in the academy, we will talk about some of these things, because I failed to mention your bio at the beginning of this session because you are known to me. And so I took for granted that, you are known to everybody. And my apologies for not doing that earlier. And I think for the benefit of those who are not aware of Dr. Musarurwa's work, I will read his bio. Dr. Musarurwa is a lecturer in geography and environmental education at the Midlands State University in Zimbabwe. And then before this, he's worked at the University of Botswana, again, where he taught and supervised at a postgraduate level. His research interests are in climate change, disaster risk reduction, environmental education, environmental impact assessment, education for sustainable development, indigenous knowledge systems, and geographic information systems. So I thought I should mention that because, this is information that is known to me, but I'm sure I'm aware that not everyone might be aware of Dr. Musarurwa's work, and apologies for leaving that out at the beginning of the session, Doctor. Colleagues, I think now I would like us to go into a brief question and answer before we go into our breakaway rooms based on the presentation that has been given by Dr. Musarurwa. You can put your questions in the chat. You can also articulate them here. All right, Peter.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, may I
Please go ahead.
proceed? All right, thank you very
Yes.
much. My name is Peter Selvide from Uganda, Kampala here. May I know what the professor meant by science or scientific? Now, we who ran from humanities and arts, when you say science, are you excluding us or including us? What exactly did you mean by science or scientific in your definition of research? Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Doctor, can we just take around 3 questions and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond. 3 to 4 questions.
Okay.
Is there anyone else would like to say their question?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Jove Bambo. I am following from Zambia. I would have loved to maybe to have an example or two from the professor of the empirical journal article, which highlights maybe one which gives us an example of how a theoretical framework is used in the actual article and how a theoretical framework is used. So if the professor could maybe have a journal or two, he can post maybe in a chat or somewhere or in a link to just actually demonstrate to us to say, look at this article. This is where this is how a theoretical framework has been used, and this is how a conceptual framework has been used. So I don't know if we can have such kind of information or data. Thank you.
All right.
Morning, can I?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. My name is Neuza. Following from Mozambique, I'm a research associate at Wits University. Thank you, Prof, for your presentation and for your insightful thoughts on the conceptual framework and theoretical framework. So I work mostly as a qualitative researcher, and yes, I got a bit concerned and started thinking when you said the conceptual framework in qualitative research is an outcome of the research. Do you agree? That's a question for us to debate. It's not really something that yeah, it's for us to debate. So I realize that sometimes we use the conceptual framework to explain our research, to explain the results of our research. It's not necessarily the outcome of the research. Sometimes we use like constructivism or social constructivism or theory of social construction to explain a certain behavior, like the first example you gave, and the woman who was healed and the three brothers have had different explicative models of health. Like one wanted the inyanga, the other one wanted the biomedicine, and one was like faith-based model. So in that case, we would say we would use the social constructivism to explain, but not necessarily as a result. Do you agree with that, or you have something else to say? Just that. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Doctor, I'll hand over to you to respond to the questions.
Thank you so much for the questions. Firstly, I'm not a professor. I'm a simple person with a doctorate, and therefore, okay, I think that's that. Now, someone said, what do we mean by science? And science is knowledge, right? And science, all science, the mother of all sciences is philosophy. We do have different type of sciences. We have hard sciences, and we have also human sciences. They all contribute to knowledge. So when I talk of science, I'm not excluding those from the humanities. Actually, we do have, when we talk of the hard sciences, those are our physics, our chemistry, and then our mathematics, and then we have the social sciences. Each science plays its own part in the total package of knowledge. And therefore, when I defined the science, I wasn't really excluding those in the humanities. For your own information, I'm a social scientist. I am one of those people who believe that science is in the service of humanity. Science is what comes from immense interaction with the environment, and what you call knowledge is a social product which people of different of a particular culture may hold highly to say, this is what we have, this is part of our culture, this is our science. Western sciences, we put it as it is written in books. Yes, it is there because it has been systematized, but we also do have our own indigenous knowledge, which is very scientific. At times, it's only that it's not written. I think I might answer you that way. I'll just give you an example. The other have rainfall. And it's very true most of the times in our area. But that person what he was feeling just to talk of was that there's going to be convergence. And I could see that it's very scientific. So most of our indigenous knowledge is very scientific. It's only that it's not documented, and at times we don't recognize it. We tend to be bookworms. We take what has been written by others and present it to us. So please, my apology for that. Science is knowledge, and knowledge comes from different ways. But there are some aspects where I said not all knowledge is science. For example, when you talk of faith, yeah, it's knowledge, but how scientific is it? That's for us to debate. Then the second one, general article with examples. Well, I'll try to scout through my computer. I think I do have some generals, and I'll post it there. Conceptual framework is an outcome of research. The last question, question, if I got it correct, I was saying that what I said was that with qualitative research, remember, with qualitative research, you are also a participant as a researcher yourself, and therefore, as a participant researcher, as you research with qualitative, you don't have a fixed framework that you use. Even the dimension of your research changes as you interact with your participants, as many things unfold, the expected, the unexpected, when they come in, all those things actually, all those things actually determine your research. So I said, in a qualitative research, conceptual framework, at the beginning, you don't have a fixed conceptual framework, but as you go along, you build it, right? And even also the theories that you use at times, they are not fixed as such. Qualitative research is more fluid, is more involving, and therefore you cannot have something that is fixed as such. So you might have at the end, yes, you have a conceptual framework coming out nicely at the end, just like the theory as it comes at the end, right? With the qualitative research, we are saying,
All right.
yes.
All
Okay,
right.
you can go
Thanks,
on.
Dr. Yes, thank you, Dr. Musarurwa. I think we need to leave it there and then go to the breakaway rooms. When we come back, we can give time to some of the questions that we've also had in the chat. But I'm afraid now that we need to get into those breakaway rooms. We have about 300 people, Dr. Musarurwa. I don't know how many breakaway groups would you like us to get into for the activity one?
I'm not quite sure. Just is, you see, the bigger the breakaway group it is, the less productive it is, though. That's what I understand from my teaching ethics. So, we can have as many breakaway groups as possible. I know we have a repetition of ideas and answers.
Yes.
But yeah, 10 people to 15 or 20, it can be a group. It's okay.
Okay. Mpelo?
Yes, Butumela.
Yes. So how many breakaway groups can we have? The maximum?
Please
Because we're quite a
advise
big
we can.
group.
Yes. Any number, just
Can
give
we?
me any number, I'll create.
Can we have 8 groups?
8 groups,
No,
definitely.
Boitumela, let's do 10 people per group. So Tabo,
Per
do
group, that would be.
do 25 groups, please, Tabo.
25 groups.
Yeah.
All right. And we hope we'll have time for a report back. Okay. So participants will now break away into groups, and then we will be giving an activity that Dr. Musarurwa has put together for us to be discussed in those groups. If you can get into your groups and then elect one person who will report back in the plenary. We have about 15 minutes for that. Thank you. Sylvia, can we please make sure that activity 1 is available to all groups in the chat?
I've just shared the activity in the chat now.
Okay, colleagues, I'm going to open the groups now. Thank you.
I'm not hearing anything. Is there something going on here?
Hello, can you hear me? I think
Yeah.
the
Yes.
I think
Yeah, we're just waiting
okay.
for everyone to join.
Okay.
Andrea?
All right. Are we all back?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Yes. All
Yeah.
right.
We are
Okay.
I'm
back.
not sure if we all remember though which
Yeah.
groups we were in.
Group. Yeah, I think we're in group 19. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Group 14.
Group
Boitumelo,
19 we were in.
can I do a short feedback and then let's do the AI demonstration.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think some feedbacks, Andrea, can be put in the chat if people could type them up in the chat.
Yeah. So what we did as a group is put it into ChatGPT because none of us were natural scientists and it was completely outside our group. But one change we did make to the prompt was to say what social science or humanities theory frameworks could we use? Because we wouldn't be able to verify the natural science or the geographic and historical plates shifting or climate change, but we do have knowledge in social sciences, so how could we apply this? And the frameworks that emerged from from AI, but also our discussions, were more of a critical framework. So critical of historical perspectives or being critical of where the facts came from. So were these Western developed frameworks of what a death zone is? And is a death zone different for Nepalese people? And yeah, so also kind of being critical of where knowledge comes from. So that was our maybe we were cheating a bit and not answering the question, but I think to bring in our perspectives, we had to change had to change how we view the question.
Okay. I understand that. So in brief, what did you say you got from AI?
Let me read out the three frameworks. So the first was a history of science, which traces how scientific ideas and discoveries develop over time. So are these basically saying, are these facts the same over time? The philosophy of science was another one, which examines how scientific theories are adopted. And then the sociology of knowledge, how scientific knowledge is shaped by social, cultural, political, and historical contexts.
All right, great. Farida, can you report back on your group?
So before I start our group's report, I just want to mention that I'm a bit confused with what the first group just presented, because we thought that we were looking at it based on a conceptual and theoretical framework point of view. So I don't know if we're meant to do something else, but it's from there that we looked at it. So I want to know if we took the right approach before I go on. Because if not, we did not. Well, I guess we might as well present based on what we talked about in the group. So we're trying to examine whether we'd approach this question of whether there will be fish fossils on Mount Everest from a conceptual or a theoretical point of view. And initially, everybody seemed to be tilting towards theoretical framework, because first of all, we know that whatever Mount Everest is a phenomenon that is documented, right? And when we talk about theories, we talk about things that are out there, right? So we know that something has been written about it somewhere, right? So, but when we talk about conceptual framework, we're talking about ideas, and I stand to be corrected, but there are ideas that on how we want to structure our points or how we think about this particular phenomenon. But when we talk about theoretical framework, we're talking about what is the science, what has been written, what is out there, and what we can get from it, right? So that was what we looked at initially. So whether or not there are fish fossils on Mount Everest, if you want to look at it from the standpoint of there are fish fossils, because we tended to look at it from both ways. If there are fish fossils, we'll have to look at the theories behind it. And if they're not, we'll also have to look at the theories behind it. But then towards the end, as someone had come up with, may I go on, please?
Farida, I need to stop you there. I need to stop you there because we need to give other people a chance to report as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But we got the gist that you think a theoretical framework is what is applicable. Tendai.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so from our group, right? Okay, I was the one who was mostly confused, but from the group, we came up with conceptual framework that we have to use a conceptual framework to explain why fossil fuel exists, because we use theory of what's written previously, and we first check for information about atmospheric pressure, why certain things are. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, sorry, my yeah. So why since humans can't survive there, right? Because of fuel, now I lost my thought. Okay, so we first look at what has been used, right, or researched about, right? Fossil fuel or fish existing, like what atmospheric pressure does fish existing, and then compare with what's been written. So basically, we then make it up based on conceptual perspective. So basically, conceptual framing.
All right. Thank you, thank you, Tendai. Dr. Charles, can you reflect on what is coming out of the groups? The other groups, because of time, we will not have enough time to cover everyone, but please post them in the chat and we will share this amongst ourselves.
Yes. Right. The way I framed the activity was that I did not even specify whether you are going to look at a conceptual or a theoretical framework. I left it open so that people would look at it. But remember, there are certain concepts like atmospheric pressure, like pressure, atmospheric pressure, yes. And you are looking at a survival of how a person survives in arid regions. We are looking at we are looking at fossils. You have to understand what a fossil is. You have to understand atmospheric pressure, what it is, what it does to human life, and so forth. So I just left it open so that people could come up with an explanation. Okay, I know we don't have time. I was also discussing with the other group. I was in another group, and we had a very nice discussion there that they took a broad understanding that you could use biblical theory to explain this. The floods of Noah, right? The world was once covered with water at one point, which covered the whole surface of the earth, such that there was not even a single place that was left. As the floods receded, they might have left some fish stranded on the top of the mountains. And for those who are very biblically minded, that would be a very good theory to explore, to prove that yes, the floods did take place, right? They are just solving, they're trying to solve a problem, an issue here. And someone said, no, we have to understand that fossils, they are actually can only usually, what can I say, they are created in the sea or where there's water, where there are sediments, they are compacted, and then how they should have reached the top of the mountain, it's only through folding and faulting or volcanicity if they survive the fire. But with Mount Everest, then it means there's some other theory that we can look. So we can use geographical theories like continental drift, seafloor spreading, and so forth. Those are things that we were discussing. So it all depends. Yes.
Great. It all depends. It all depends. Thank you, colleagues, for really lively group sessions. Now, I'd like us to give Sylvia some time for the last minutes of this session to talk to us about an AI tool that can help us generate a conceptual framework. And I'm sure there'll be questions as well around the use of AI for conceptual and theoretical frameworks and what the limits of that are. But I think Sylvia will give us a very sort of basic use of AI, ways in which we can use it for our frameworks. Thank you, Sylvia.
Great, thanks, Boitumela. Can you just confirm that you can see my screen on ChatGPT?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
great, thank you. So I'm just going to go through a couple of AI tools very briefly that you can use to assist you with developing your theoretical or conceptual frameworks. And for each one, I've done something slightly different, but you can do the same kind of prompt in any of the tools. But just to remember that the AI tools are there to assist you with your thinking, confirm some of your ideas. They're not there to be used to write your theoretical conceptual framework. They are there as an assistant, rather than to be used to do the work for you. Ethically, it's important to remember that, but also these tools can often not give the correct information, so you need to be very careful in using them. But I just want to show you a couple that have free versions. There are a lot of other AI tools, but I'm just going to quickly show you 3 and the kind of results that they gave me. So for ChatGPT, I put in a prompt: what theoretical frameworks could I use to examine food security in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa? And it provided me with a list of several theoretical frameworks that could be used, including an overview for each of them, why they would be relevant for this topic, as well as key concepts that would be included. So these are some of the examples that it gave me. So you can use AI to help you to look at the different frameworks that are available that would address your topic, and then you can choose from those. You would need to read further into them to see which one you want to use, which one is the most relevant to your topic. And it also gives you some recommended pairings that you could look at together, which would then be part of a conceptual framework because you are taking ideas from different theories. Then I also asked it to show the frameworks as diagrams, which some of these programs can do, and this can also be very helpful in helping you to decide which framework you would like to use. So these are the different theoretical frameworks as diagrams. Okay, then another one that is quite useful is Claude. For this one, I said, help me to develop a conceptual framework to examine school science and learners' self-confidence or their self-efficacy. And for this, it gives you some of the strengths of the framework, and then it goes into what you can actually do with the framework, how you can look at it as a visual structure. It gives you the key design elements, and This on the right is the conceptual framework that it developed as a diagram based on the question that I asked. The third and last one that I'm just going to show you is it's a Google tool. It's called Gemini. And I said, suggest potential theoretical and conceptual frameworks to examine the public relationship with science. So that is looking at public knowledge, attitudes, and engagement. So this is what it gave me. It gave several theoretical frameworks that could help you to understand this area or topic. And you again would need to look at each of them in more detail to see which one would best suit what you are looking at, which one you're most interested in. So here are some more different theoretical framework that could be used. So you would have to look carefully through each of these and look more into them, read up on them. And then it gave some conceptual frameworks. So this is taking components from different theories and combining them into your own conceptual framework. So it gives some ideas of how you could explain knowledge, attitudes, and engagement. And then it also gives you some factors that influence the relationship. So it's giving you a broader, holistic view of how you can examine this topic or this area. Yeah, so this one wasn't able to produce a diagram, but it does give you some really interesting information about how you can look at your topic. So that is just, I wanted to give a quick overview of that. As I said, there are various other tools you can use. These are just 3 that are quite common and do have free versions and are very useful in assisting you. But thank you. And then we can go back to you, Charles. We do have a few, I think we can go maybe for about 5 more minutes for some questions and answers, or if you'd like to give a brief overall wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much on your contribution on AI. AI is here to stay, and we cannot wish it away. And we have to really look at it more positively. Is something that will that is here to change our. And thank you. You can now use AI to help you with your theoretical frameworks and conceptual frameworks. What needs to be done is just proper prompting, right? I don't know. Can you tell me? You said I should wrap up. I'm wrapping up for. I mean, we are finishing, isn't it?
Yes, Charles. We are. So if you could we have 4 minutes now left. So in those 4 minutes, you can give us your sort of concluding remarks, or perhaps answer some of the questions. There are a few questions that we didn't get to share.
All right. So my wrap up, my conclusion is in research, what I have discovered, or what I've my experience is that for those we are used to the usual theoretical framework and conceptual framework being part of our chapter 2, and we usually put it on chapter 2, and we detail which theories we are going to use, how we are going to use it, and so forth. But they are usually not even reflected throughout our research. So as you go to methodology, as you go to data analysis, findings and discussion, people do not at times show evidence that that theory is still in use, right? At times you'd find that even the data collection tools don't have even evidence to show that what you are asking is related to the theories that you said you would use. So there's need to make sure that your theory or the concepts, they go through your research and they are visible. I had a diagram in which I had on my slides where I was talking about discussion, right? And my question was, we always talk about findings, discussion. You cannot discuss alone, but we still have a section of discussion in our theories, in our researches. And I was saying there should also be evidence that the theory is part and parcel of that discussion. In any case, a discussion is a round table where you are the executive secretary. You are now saying, okay, theory, can you sit here? The literature sit here. Data or fieldwork sit here. Concerning this particular research question, what is it that you found out? What is theory saying? Is the data, are you confirming or refuting what theory said? Is that confirmed with literature review, what others have done? And so theory, literature, and fieldwork should confirm or refute what you have done, or what you have found out. You are the executive secretary, you are synthesizing all that. But remember, that is quantitative. But in qualitative, again, you still have that same round table, but you are not now saying theory, what I found, is it proving what you said? But you are saying probably the data and everything. Is it now probably leading to a new theory altogether? So it depends on what you are saying. I think those are my concluding remarks. Remember, your conceptual framework and your theoretical framework should run through all your research from start to finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Musarurwa. Thank you to everyone who's participated in the session. Thank you for your time. A reminder that Sylvia has posted a link in the chat to evaluate the session using that chat. And then we will see you in the next session that starts at 11:15. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Musarurwa, for your time.
Thank you so much.
And a very rich presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Burns Melo.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Helko,
Andrea, I'm still here.
how are you?
I'm good, and how are you?
All right.
Hi, Andrea.
Yes, Joseph, go ahead.
Do we remain here to access the next session?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, Andrea.
Hi, go ahead.
I just wanted to inquire about the links. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who had an issue with this, but when I copied and pasted the link that's provided in the program onto Zoom, so I have the app on my laptop. When I copied the link, it wouldn't, like, it doesn't go in. Like, I had to copy the link onto the search engine for it to allow me to register, even though I thought I'd already registered. So I just wanted to check, like, is that what it's supposed to do, or is there another way to just copy the link and enter on the actual app? Because I'm not sure why it wouldn't go in.
I'm not sure I understand, but there was an overall registration link. And then
Yes.
there's a when you click on the track for the day, it's mainly capturing your name and your email address. So it's not really
Yes.
another registration.
Yes.
So you were able to get to that second one, or that one was a problem?
So that one, it allowed me to, so I clicked on the register link, and then it did require me to put in my name, last name, and email
Yes.
address. Then it then basically took me to another landing page, and I also noticed that I also got another email where I could also click to join the meeting. But
Yes.
I thought by copying the link and putting it straight onto Zoom, that it would just take me to the meeting automatically. But I think
No, it
oh,
is, yeah,
okay.
it's kind of a two-phase process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, now I understand. I thought it would just
So
take
you'll
me.
have to do it. You'll have to do it for every session that you want to attend. So click on the
Okay.
track. And maybe just also to say that there's two links for the days coming up. It will send you a calendar hold for when the day starts, so 9 o'clock. But if you're only attending a session that starts at 12, then you just attend at that time.
Okay. All right. No problem. Thank you for clarifying. I was so confused, but I understand now.
I'm going to hand over to Adam. Adam, are all your people here?
I
What
have
time
no
is the next
idea.
session?
I mean, I see there are 244 people here. Vuyiswa and Themba Nkosi, our two presenters, are you here? Which I think is
Okay.
the...
Yes, colleagues, I am here, but my colleague Vuyiswa is struggling to come in. The system says it's full, so Utabo is still trying to assist her.
Okay.
Great. And Nomkosi, our facilitator, are you here? No.
No, Adam, I am here.
Oh,
I'm
great.
Just, sorry,
Yeah.
before we kick off, Themba Nkosi, do you have any breakaway rooms that are needed in the session?
No, we'll have all Mentimeter.
Okay,
Then
that's great. I just wanted to
yeah.
let Tabo know.
There is a practical exercise though at the end, which does not really need a breakaway session.
Okay, and it is
Yes.
quite a short session, so I think it's safer to keep everyone together.
Okay.
So shall we just go for it, Andrea? Is that the starting gun?
Just few minutes, please, Usi, just to allow Vuyiswa to join.
I wonder though, Themba Nkosi, because it's a short session and I'm going to introduce the speakers and then I think Nomkosi is going to lead us in a Mentimeter exercise. I would have hoped by that stage Vuyiswa will have joined us. So maybe we should get going and then if we get to the point where Vuyiswa needs to give an input and she's not there, we'll deal with that because I think the session's only an hour. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this. I think it's probably the most important nuts and bolts issue of research, defining your research problem and your research question. So my name is Adam Cooper. I am a Chief Research Specialist at the HSRC in the Equitable Education and Economies Research Division, which many of my colleagues here are also in. I mainly work on the transition from education to the world of work for young people. That's my area of research. And yeah, this is the kind of nuts and bolts of how you start a research project, how you think about what exactly it is you are doing. Last year, when I chaired the session, I was shouted at by participants because I said we have two young presenters. They said I must say they are emerging researchers, not young researchers. Today, I hope I'm not going to get shouted at again, but we have two very experienced researchers and research practitioners who I think have been as involved in what research is used for as they are in the kind of broad theoretical debate. So let me introduce our two presenters. Dr. Themba Nkosi Twalo is a Chief Research Specialist also in EEE, which is the research division I am in. His previous employment includes Head of Research and Policy Department at the Commission for Gender Equality and acting CEO at that organization, as well as the Deputy Board Chairperson at Machali's Water Research Manager at the Moses Kotane Institute as well. So you can see the list of experiences he's had across the various institutions that use research. He has a PhD in education, with the thesis titled Appropriateness of Municipal Workers' Job Behavior and Performance at the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality. And he studied at Fort Hare, at Rhodes, at Wits, at NMU, and at UKZN. He has published widely, and his research interests include labor and work, knowledge, value chain, academic development, gender policy, and performance management. So he has a very wide-ranging CV. And then we also have Ms. Vuyiswa Matambu, who I hope will join us shortly, if not already, who is a senior research manager, also in the Equitable Education and Economies Division. She holds a Master's of Public Health from Umeå University in Sweden, and her areas of research interest include project management, youth entrepreneurship, youth livelihoods, higher education, qualitative research methods, and the future of work. So you have two very experienced facilitators with wide-ranging research interests, and I'm sure they've had to define research problems in many different aspects of the research process. So welcome everybody, and welcome to our two presenters. Nomkosi, are you going to lead us in a Mentimeter exercise before we hand over to the presenters?
Yes, Adam, I will lead you, but when I view the presentation, it's part of the presentation. So I guess Dr. Twalo and Vuyiswa will have to start because it's part of their presentation.
Okay, is Vuyiswa now with us? Doesn't sound like it. Thembinkosi, but do you want to start the presentation and the Mentimeter, and then are you doing the first substantial input? So we probably still have a little while until we need Vuyiswa.
No, it's fine. We can start with the Mentimeter, then I can just continue from there.
And I see in the chat someone's complaining about the sound. Is that a general problem? Is it for all of us, or is it just my voice?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
I can hear you very well.
You're fine. I'm okay with you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue. Dr. Twalo, over to you.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Adam. Nomkosi, can we do the Mentimeter first? It will help us to give Vuyiswa a bit of chance.
Okay, so I've posted in the chat the Mentimeter code, and then can you pull up the presentation? Because, okay, let me just pull up the QR code for the Mentimeter. Just hold on. Can everybody see the QR code for the Mentimeter? Is it visible?
It's visible to me, Nomkosi. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Now it started on the research, defining your research problem. Okay, there we go.
Yes, please just start working on it.
If you could put it in presentation mode, please.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing for now, and then I'll share the whole Mentimeter, which is a bit frozen. Sorry, guys, I have and my system just froze.
Sorry, Nomkosi, I'm sharing the presentation and the code is there. I just wanted to confirm if the colleagues can see it.
Yeah, so my system just froze now.
Good morning. I can't see the presentation.
Okay, no, Nomkosi, do you? I think you should maybe just stop. I will share it from my side.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Stop
Will you
sharing.
just confirm if you can see it now?
Sorry, what we can do with this barcode, because my phone don't scan barcode.
Can't see
Okay.
anything. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me stop share and share again.
So the first question of your Menti Pinter is, thank you. The first question should be a research problem is, I can see there's a lot of
Yes, I
people,
can see.
dilemma, the need for research, opportunity for research, gap in knowledge, an issue, the researcher, lack of empirical evidence, statement that states.
Nomkosi, I think it would be better if you shared your Menti screen so we can see what
Okay.
people are doing the same.
Okay, let me share the Menti screen. Can you see the Menti screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is for the first question. So,
No,
is the
I'm
word
sorry.
cloud visible?
I don't know what's the
Yes.
problem. I can't see the screen. I'm sorry.
I think it might be a problem on your machine.
Okay.
And I think
Normally
it's
there's
okay.
two
I think let's
tabs.
just, colleagues, let's just listen to a few ideas about what a research problem is and what a research question is, and then we'll continue with the presentation. It's not a disaster if everybody can't give an input onto the Menti. We only have an hour for the session, so let's continue.
Okay, so it's a challenge. A lot of people are saying it's a gap in knowledge, specific issue which needs to be addressed. So there's a lot. So I'm moving on to question number 2, which is a research question is, can you all see question number 2 in your screens? Thank you. Okay, knowledge gap again, it's coming up. Objective to be answered. It's amazing. Query. Aims. Problem. Is to address the problem. Question that guides. Problem to be solved. What? Okay. Aim. Okay, so I'm moving on to the third question now, just in light of time. So for the question number 3, which a lot of you have answered, is what do you think should come first? A lot of you are saying the research problem. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are saying, yeah, research problem. Yeah. So Temingo, so Adam, can I close the Menti now?
Yes, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Sharing.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for all those responses. What I will be doing is going through our presentation, which will confirm some of the responses that you had given. And interestingly, the answers that were given are so wide-ranging. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the beginning of the presentation and it's not moving. Can you see my presentation, colleagues?
That looks like the beginning to me, Tembenkosi.
Oh, yes, no, that's fine. So basically very quickly, what we're going to try and do in this session is go through these aspects, including what we've just done. Vuiswa, can you just confirm if you've been able to join us?
We're
Okay.
still having issues. We're going to try and get onto the phone and loudspeaker.
Okay, no, that's fine. So basically, this is what we will be covering, and I'm hoping that at the end of this presentation, you will then be able to understand the concepts of research problem and research question, and be able to differentiate between the two. However, if we may start from the beginning by defining what research is. From literature, Padede argues that research is a process, and I like the word process. It's a process consisting of the identifying and sorry, this thing keeps blocking my view. Identifying and defining research problem, formulating and testing the hypothesis through data collection, organization, and analysis, making deductions and reaching of conclusion from the test results of the hypothesis, and reporting and evaluating the research. The other colleagues, Utaban and others, argue that any systematic activity designed to contribute to generalizable knowledge. So the two keywords for me here is the word process, and in the second bullet point is the systematic part. We will unpack this as we go through the process of presenting this, because okay. The reason I was emphasizing in the previous slide, the two words, or system and or process, is that in research, it is argued that it is based on a problem. We undertake research to solve particular problems. Yes, there's a wide range of research that is done, including blue sky research that is just done for the purpose of gaining more information about a particular phenomenon, which is not necessarily geared towards addressing a particular challenge. However, on the whole, research is primarily driven by a problem. It could be a problem with a system or problem with whatever that we are interested in. I included all of this quote by Oya Diran because I thought it's very insightful. They argue that research is essentially a problem-driven process. It starts and focuses on a specific problem or phenomenon. During a research process, data is collected and theories are elaborated to explain the problem. In other words, identifying and determining the problem to study is the first and most important aspect to deal with in undertaking research. Thus, the research problem is the foundation of a research project. If the foundation is shaky, the entire project is doomed to failure. And another quote is this one saying, research problem is the most fundamental introductory issue in any kind of research. So from these colleagues, you can see, in fact, I like the way it's explained using concepts such as foundation, which gives you an image of this thing that on which you are supposed to build your project. So when we try to identify a research problem, there are several things that we need to ask ourselves. You need to ask yourself, what is the issue? What is the difficult? What is the challenge or deficiency that you are addressing? Or if something is not going well, so what is the condition that requires improvement? Or if it's in a theoretical landscape, then you would be asking yourself about the knowledge gap. And we saw, for instance, in the answers that were given in Mentimeter about the problem being a research or a knowledge gap. So you ask yourself questions about what is unclear about a particular theory or situation, or what requires a validation or confirmation for a particular context. And you would remember the words that were used previously, referring to a system that for systems, for instance, are designed to function optimally. And if they don't function optimally, it therefore means there's a problem somewhere in the system. So when we undertake
There's sorry to disturb. There's a pressing question in the chat. Someone is asking if you can explain why the research problem comes before the research question.
Okay, that's not a problem. I think in the next slide, it's exactly going to address that question. If you don't mind just holding on, I think the next slide or two will be addressing exactly that. So I was still giving this example of a system, right? Saying that under normal circumstances, a system is supposed to work well, and a system is sort of a value chain, a set of components that is designed to work well with those different parts being interconnected. But it happens sometimes that some parts of the system would underperform or would malfunction. Hence, we then undertake research to identify what is wrong, what is missing, or what requires further investigation. So, okay. All right, maybe to answer the question that was asked, I thought the next slide was going to address that issue. The example I often have is the example of if, let's say, for argument's sake, it is said that the mode of transport that was used by uNomkhosi from Durban to Cape Town has encountered a problem, and therefore they are unable to proceed with their journey. So you are given as an example that as your problem. Obviously, it is not clear what exactly the problem is. I've given you a scenario of a challenge with a mode of transport, which was traveling from Durban to Cape Town, but for whatever reason, it could not reach its destiny because of a particular problem. So, with research, identifying the research question, the aim is to pin down to the exact problem. So there are different things that we need to take into consideration. One, for instance, you'd be asking yourself a lot of questions. We don't know what mode of transport was used. It could have been a ship, it could have been a car or a train or whatever. So you then try to ask yourself a number of questions that will try and address that. So the issue you are dealing with, I'm trying to then unpack the difference between the research problem and the research question, and why we need to start with the research problem. You would be asking yourself all those questions, and if you are to start with a topic, for instance, the topic would give you a sense of what we are dealing with. So in this case, you would then ask yourself all those questions and be able to identify, oh, the mode of transport that was used is a vehicle, for instance. So if it's a vehicle, then we identify if what sort of vehicle it is. There's all sorts of vehicles, brands, and all of that, and they require different forms of attention. So let's say we now get to the specifics. No, it's a Ford Ranger 2.2 engine, automatic, what else? Diesel, and all the 2025 model, and all those details. You're now getting to the exact problem that you are dealing with. Then you would be asking yourself specific questions. That's where we come to the research problem now. What about this vehicle is not right? No, the brakes have failed, or the clutch is not working, or whatever. So what about the brakes specifically is a problem? Then you start checking. The process is to eliminate all the things that are not relevant. Then you do the checking of all those things, your brake pads, your brake fluid, and anything related to the braking system. And eventually you get to the specific problem. So the research question is very, very focused and targeted. After you've identified what the problem is, let's say the problem is we've eventually managed to find out that the problem is with the braking system. The brakes are malfunctioning. Then your questions, your research questions, then would then be saying, what about the brakes is not working well? Then you try to eliminate all those things until you get to what the problem is, meaning specifically targeted, which would be your research questions. So it is a problem that leads us to asking questions. So it's your research problem that translates to research questions, and that helps us to get as focused as possible to try and determine what the issue is that we are dealing with, because we want to do something that is feasible. We want to answer a question that is answerable. Hence, we are trying to be as focused as possible. I hope I've managed to respond successfully to the question that was asked. Then we have a quote here by Utaban and others saying that the success of any research process lies in part on how well investigators are able to turn a research problem into a research question. Getting it right is a key, because the research question is the number one driver that determines the research architecture, strategy, and methodology. In the process of formulating your research problem, you then eventually get to your research questions, which would be targeted and focused on a particular issue. And these would be based on a theory, for instance, like what was said about knowledge gap, for instance. You would then be building on previous research that had been done to see if some study had been done on water, for instance. You would look into the issue of water and see what exactly about water has been researched and what has not been researched. And the same applies to the challenging of common sense. There could be a general belief that if you open the windows, air will come in. But for some reason, there could be a research problem relating to that, and that's the issue you would want to investigate. And similarly, when you are testing a theory, so when you are building on previous research, there are different ways in which you can tackle this. The issue could be a methodological gap, meaning there could be an issue with the methodology that was used previously, because you would feel that the methodology that was used previously did not answer ABC. It managed to answer certain things, but from a different perspective. Maybe it could have been a question around students in general, but there are various dimensions about students that one could explore. It could be their age, their gender, their race, and so all sorts of things. And with the data gap, it could be the challenge could be insufficient data, empirical gap, contextual gap, and implementation gap. So these are some of the angles which one could use when you are building on previous research, which would mean that you would need to have done you should have studied broadly about the issue that you want to investigate and try and identify where the gaps are. And the other gaps one could work on is population gap, for instance, looking at certain groups that may be underrepresented or excluded. For instance, practical knowledge gap is another one, evidence gap, knowledge gap, and theoretical gap. So these are some of the perspectives or angles one can use in this regard. And if you are building on previous studies and testing theories, you could be repeating a study, for instance. It could have been a study that was done in the 1950s under different circumstances, and in 2025, under the digital environment, you could want to do a repeat of that study and see what the outcomes would be under different circumstances. You could perhaps respond to a research question or problem identified in a particular study, or want to improve the external validity of a study or internal validity, look at practical implications of the research, or you would want to try and reconcile studies with conflicting findings. And when you are testing a theory, these are some of the steps that one could consider. The first one being the checking your hypothesis and asking yourself, can this be disproved? Can it be supported? What is the rationale? Is it relevant? Can you test it? Should you test it? So with respect to testing of a theory, these are the questions you would need to ask yourself in the process of defining your research problem and having a very good one. Because once you have a very good research problem and research question, then a number of things get addressed in the process, which could frustrate you if you proceed without what was said at the beginning as proper foundations, firm foundations underlying your study. So in developing your research questions, you then ask yourself, what research interests do you have? You need to keep your ideas broad and general at this stage. And you also need to answer the question, why are you interested in this issue or subject or topic? And you also need to develop your research interest as a research question or problem using the guidelines that I've given in the previous slides. There are various ways of going about doing this. The frameworks for conceptualizing and structuring a research question. The first one is the SMART one, which is an acronym for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound. The second one is the final checklist, which stands for feasible, interesting, novel, ethical, and relevant. The third one is PICOT, which looks at which stands for population intervention comparison outcome time frame. And the last two are so related because the one is problem tree analysis and the other one is fishbone diagram. With both of these, the key is about identifying the root cause or root causes of a particular issue. If you can see, for instance, with the fishbone diagram, all the smaller bones are linked to the main or the longer bone in the fish, which is where the root cause of the problem could be. The same applies with a tree. If you imagine a tree, or like the tree we have there, and look at the identification of the root causes. Yes, the synonym symptoms would be there, but sometimes addressing the symptoms without necessarily addressing the root causes would not necessarily address the issue. Then the types of research questions, there are predominantly two: interrogative research question and declarative questions. So with interrogative questions, the key there is about identifying a gap in knowledge. And the example given in this regard is this one that's saying, what is the relationship between alcohol safety promotion and changes in alcohol consumption behavior? So that is an interrogative research question. Then a declarative one is it's more about you talking about the issue that you are going to be dealing with. So it's more of a problem statement. And the example given in this regard is that the purpose of this research, you see, is still the same concept of alcohol use, but now it's stated as a declarative question. It says the purpose of this research is to investigate the relationship between alcohol safety promotion and changes in alcohol consumption behavior. So now it's more of a statement. It reads more of as a statement, hence it's called a problem statement, because it's unpacking what the problem is and looking at the relationship between these two. Can I just confirm, Nomkosi, have you succeeded in joining us? You also, Sis Voiswa?
I don't see her.
Reese was on the phone with Tabo. Reese, can you hear us? Tabo?
Hi, views. They're asking if you can hear them.
I can hear you, but I could hardly hear Temgosi, but I can hear you.
Okay. Will you be able to proceed from here, voice or?
I don't.
If you can hear me, then I can proceed. If you can hear me, can you hear me, Temgosi?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can I just ask Omar to not draw on there's someone scribbling on the slides?
I don't know who it is, but are you able to undo it? Because it makes the text unclear. Voice what?
Can you hear me? I can hear you better
Yes,
now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed. Can you see the slide?
Oh, okay. Good morning, colleagues. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't join the usual way. But in terms of the framework, Temgosi, we're on slide 16, hey?
It's the practical exercise.
Oh, okay. So the approaches, we have highlighted a number of approaches or frameworks that we can use to conceptualize and structure our research questions. These would also be applicable to one's research problem. So the approaches that we have identified, there is the SMART approach, where the question, you have to make sure that the question is specific? Is it measurable, achievable? Is it relevant? And can you complete your research in the time that you have allocated for your project? There is also the finer approach or a checklist where you have to make sure that the question you're asking is feasible. Is it interesting enough? Are you presenting something novel? Is your question ethical and relevant as well? Looking at what other research is going on, and then making sure that you are identifying a relevant piece of research. There's also the PICOT model. The PICOT model is mostly used in the natural sciences or the clinical sciences. I hear a bit of noise, so I'm not sure if colleagues can hear me or if there's an echo somewhere.
No, we can hear you, Vuyiswa. I was saying we've done those slides. If you can start from the practical exercise.
Okay. The PICOT model that looks at what population is of interest to you, what intervention, for example, would you like to test? The intervention, you are comparing it to maybe a placebo. What are some of the anticipated outcomes of your study? And then the time frame. How much time do you have to conduct your particular study? There's also the problem tree analysis approach, which is almost similar to the fishbone approach, because both approaches focus on identifying the causes and consequences of the problem that is of interest to you. Can we move to the next slide, please?
Can you hear me, Vuyiswa?
The types of questions, primarily in research, you could frame your questions in two ways. It could be an interrogative question or a declarative question. So Thembinkosi and myself earlier were trying to clearly distinguish when does a question become distinctly interrogative and when does it become distinctly declarative. And what we saw was that there are some gray areas, but in trying to understand how the two are different, an interrogative question is aimed primarily at identifying a gap in knowledge, and those would include some of the gaps that Thembinkosi shared earlier. An example of an interrogative question would be, what is the relationship between alcohol safety promotion and changes in alcohol consumption behavior? So one would be interested to find, to fill a gap in knowledge by addressing that particular question. So when a question or when framed as a question, then it becomes your research problem. And then the declarative questions are framed as the purpose of your study. What do you intend to do in that particular study? So you state the intention that this is what you'd like to investigate, this particular event, situation, or phenomena. So an example of a declarative question would be if this problem statement is stated as a question. So the realization we had earlier was that in stating the intention of a particular study, sometimes a declarative question is more of a problem statement than a question. Then one would still need to pose that problem statement as a question. But it's when you are posing a declarative question, you are framing it as the intention of that particular research project that you are conducting. So we have a practical exercise just to help us try and work out when is it a research problem and when is it a research question. So I am going to share a very busy slide, but I'm not sure, Nomkhosi, if you are able to share the actual practical exercise using a link so that colleagues can maybe avoid the very busy slide, reading the busy slide, and then just read directly from the one pager that we shared. So the practical exercise that we have, as I was saying, is meant to assist us to try and start practicing how to formulate a research problem, and out of that research problem, start drafting a research question or research questions. And as I stated earlier, an interrogative question is meant to identify a gap in research, and a declarative question states the purpose of your study. So after reading this particular excerpt, you can decide whether you pose both or you just focus. The excerpt that I'd like us to read is pretty longish, but colleagues can take, colleagues can take a few minutes to read this, or just read directly from what Nomkhosi will share in the chat, and then we can just talk about what comes across for you as a research problem, and then if you can identify at least one research question, what would the research question be for you? So it's 12:02. We can read up to 12:05, and then colleagues can put their answers in the chat, and then we can just take a few responses in relation to what the problem is, and what are some of the research questions that colleagues are identifying. Any thoughts, like quick thoughts, what could be a potential research problem here, and a research question?
Potential research problem here could be youth unemployment.
Did you get that, Risa? potential unemployment is one of the responses.
I think he said youth unemployment.
Oh, yes, yes. Sorry. Youth unemployment, apologies.
And a research question would be, what strategies have been employed by the youth to mitigate the problem of unemployment?
Okay.
That's great. Any other thoughts, colleagues?
Yeah,
I
for
think
me, it seems more.
There's no right,
Sorry.
there's no wrong answer. All answers are welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, for me, it seems like the key issue here, it has to do with females starting businesses. Or, yeah, how there's a low number of females starting up businesses because of certain challenges. They talk about the dominance of males within the workspace and within business, especially in this time where youth are trying to do their own side hustles to navigate their way through the economic challenges that we have. So the key, it pivots around women with business startups. So my thing, well, I would suggest that it can be an interrogative question, and it can be a declarative one. And I think the question for me would center around the extent to which cultural and predefined gender roles affect the quantity of female business startups. Yeah, I think, yeah, predefined gender roles might have this outlook, especially in cultures, in various cultures, that the woman is the one who is at home and takes care of the kids, and the man is the one who works. And that ingrained way of thinking can that affect the amount of female startups? And some females want to just be at home. So there's a cultural way of thinking that can influence that. So yeah, that's my input. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that. There's a hand from Olushola Adeni.
For that, yeah.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think I'm taking on from where Subasiso stopped. I'm looking at it more from developing country perspective to say what is the success rate of female entrepreneurs in developing countries? What are the contributing factors that determine or influence female entrepreneurial success rates? Yeah, I'll just leave it there for now.
Thanks a lot. There's another hand, Shama Benson.
Good morning, everyone. My contribution is, or my question is, the text looks at unemployment and multiple things.
Sorry, Shama, you're not audible. I'm not sure if you can try to speak closer to your your handset or laptop.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, it has improved.
All right, thank you. The text starts from juggling side hustle to the common thing where it's from, and then moves down to female, and then we realize that it's actually kind of a problem here. Both groups here are fighting it because research needs to move on questions. Even when women try to go out of
Sorry,
Jordan.
sorry, Shama.
Yes.
I'm not sure, colleagues, am I the only one who's struggling to hear her?
No, it's
No,
not
also
audible.
can't hear.
I'm also struggling to hear.
Yeah, we're not hearing.
Maybe just put it in the chat.
We cannot hear.
Shama, are you able to do something? We are struggling to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Much better. Thank you so much.
Much better.
Okay.
Yes. It's clear. It's clear now.
All right, thank you. What I was saying is here we have a lot of predefined gender roles where women are supposed to be in the kitchen or be at home, and then people are fighting it a lot, the women exactly. And then now we have another problem which is centered around the fact that people, because when you say startup, it means probably you have an idea and you probably seek funding to start those business. A lot of people are not willing to trust women with such funds to start up businesses. So I think another question or another area we could look into research is how the probability for women to gain funding or the support that women can get to start, because there's so many opportunities and they always have to rely on like NGOs and all that to help them. So while we are looking at the developed, it's now that we see people try to say, okay, we are doing grants specially for women or women-owned businesses or women-owned ideas. There are a lot of the gender role that they were talking about where the men are more entrepreneurial. Here, we have a lot of women who are very entrepreneurial, but here, as in Nigeria, we have a lot of women who are very entrepreneurial, and we are struggling to find people who would get fundings to start those business ideas, which can in turn help them create employment for the youths here in Nigeria. I don't know if that makes any sense.
It does. Thank you so much. I think due to the interest of time, we have to move on. But thank you for all contributions. The excerpt is actually from a paper published in the Youth Voice Journal. So the title of the paper is Gender Pathways and Exploring Entrepreneurial Endeavors Among African Graduates. Rightly so, as colleagues were mentioning, here one can just focus on the participation of young females in entrepreneurship, and then explore whether it be structural factors, cultural factors that either facilitate or hinder the participation of women in comparison to males in entrepreneurship. The one response regarding youth unemployment, yes, the overarching, I think the overarching problem would be the limited formal employment opportunities that youth on the African continent are continuing to face, and what pathways or
We can't hear your voice, sir.
I think we've lost for Yiswa there, Tembe Nkosi. We're coming up for time at the end here. Do you want to just have a closing remark or two, and then I will, and then we call it for the day?
All right. No, thank you, Adam. Yeah, I think sorry about the challenges with Yiswa, but I think we got the gist of what she was trying to say, trying to explain the exercise. And for the sake of time, I'll not repeat everything she had done. I think this brings us to the end of our presentation, colleagues. I'm not sure if there are perhaps any questions before I hand over to you, Adam.
I don't see any more questions in the chat. I mean, my sense, just to kind of summarize the session, is that these are very large issues in research that need far more than an hour to deal with. I think this has been a great taster introduction to research problems and research questions for young and emerging researchers. I just wanted to leave with one thought about why this is important, because this is a very, very central part of all research. And for me, and I think that there's been some great debates here about which comes first, the problem or the question. I'd like to say that one of the biggest challenges, and research happens in different contexts. Us at the Human Sciences Research Council are dealing with challenges in government and in policy. As students, you'll be in a university and coming up with your own research problems and questions. I think one of the biggest challenges I see in reading students' theses, but also in reading academic articles that I review, is that often there'll be a research problem, but the researcher won't say exactly what the research question is. The challenge is turning these big problems of the world into specific questions that can be answered. Otherwise, you just say general things that don't really come up with something specific and that is an answer to some of the problems of the world. So I think as young researchers, the challenge is really to come up with answerable questions out of some of these problems, because then you can start to say something specific from your research. Thank you, everybody. Well done. Andrea, do you want to say where we go to from here?
We are breaking for lunch. No, we're not breaking for lunch. Oh, sorry.
So
No, the next section is on research components and processes. We just need a few seconds to get the presenters on board, and yeah, we will start shortly.
And the evaluation of the session, colleagues. Here's the link for the evaluation of the session. Nomkhosi, if you can put it in the chat so that colleagues can assist with the evaluation. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. It's 12:18. Let's take 2 minutes just to stretch a bit before we move on to our next module.
Tabo, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I think I lost you,
Okay.
but I'm here.
So Tabo, just for this presentation, Bongi is the chair and Lesego Monyai is the technical facilitator.
Can you see them on the list there?
Yes. Bongi is there, and Lesego is there.
We're all here.
Please don't go
And-
out, colleagues.
We won't move.
booking our spaces.
And Lesego Monyai,
Yes.
Thank you.
Bongi, next year we might need 2 hours for each of these introductory sessions.
I know. It's a very difficult and abstract concepts so that you
Yes.
can't rush them. But I think also, the technical issues, the jumping between the modules, we also do lose a bit of time, which we need to account for, in our planning going forward. Okay, let me just check with our facilitator, Wilfred. You are good? You are ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Sorry,
Okay, perfect.
sorry. In the evaluation for the last session, there is no choice for the name of the session at the selection.
We just checked and ensure that all the modules are there. Okay, just wait.
The name is not involved. The name of the session is not involved at the evaluation link.
It should be there. I don't have it
Are
open
you
with
talking
me.
about defining the research problem? It is there.
Is it the second or the last one, Andra? Maybe you can just direct it.
It's okay. Let me.
But it is there. Just
It is, yeah.
search
It is
closely.
called. I think it might be an issue because the modules are listed alphabetically. So just go down to D, and it is defining the research problem.
Oh, okay, that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Guys, now we're moving to a different module, right? Research components and processes. So we're done with the other module. Okay, good day again, good people. As indicated, welcome to module 3, research components and processes, and thank you for being here with us. My name is Bongo Mwango. I'm a researcher from the HSRC, and I will be chairing this session. And with me is Lisiho, who will be supporting us as the technical facilitator for the session and just helping me overall to steer the ship smoothly. The session is recorded, right?
Yes, it's recorded.
Thank you, Tabo. Okay, so before we begin, Lisiho, do you just want to wave so that people can see you? Cool. Okay, so before we begin, I would like just to share a brief housekeeping instruction and remind you of our code of conduct. Remember the do's and the don'ts, right? Without going into detail, we shall treat everyone with respect and communicate thoughtfully and avoid any disruptive behavior. Yeah. But quickly, again, I just want to provide an overview of the module's main objective before I hand over to our speaker. By the end of this session, you'll have a good understanding of the research fundamentals, from understanding core processes to selecting appropriate designs and ensuring that all elements of your study aligned cohesively. Isn't that exciting? So these are the key building blocks, which are quite important in helping you transform your good ideas into, impactful research. And as part of the primary outcomes, this means you'll be able to confidently articulate the research components, select the suitable designs for your questions, and overall be able to create a methodologically aligned studies or study rather from start to finish. This will be an interactive and exciting session, and your participation in the chat will make it better and more interactive, right? So let's begin. It's my pleasure to introduce our facilitator, Dr. Wilfred Lunga. He's also a chief research specialist here at the HSRC, the unit called Capable and Ethical State Research Division. Dr. Lunga's research focuses on disaster risk reduction, vulnerability assessment, indigenous knowledge systems, and health promotions, all with cross-cutting themes in climate change, sustainability, and humanitarian response. And what makes his work particularly relevant and interesting, particularly for this academy, is his commitment to integrating traditional African knowledge into modern disaster risk and health policies, advocating for localized solutions that respect, of course, our cultural heritage while addressing contemporary challenges. With that, I would like to welcome our facilitator for this session, Dr. Lunga.
Thank you, Bongo. Can you hear me clearly? I have a bit of
Nice and clear.
Yeah.
Nice and clear.
Yeah, I hope I will live up to that expectation. Thank you so much. And
you
that
always do.
colleagues will also really, understand how our research is. And I know I was just checking the presentations which were done earlier than me. And I realized now my job is going to be much easier because you have covered quite a lot. So colleagues, yes, as our chairperson have said, I'll be taking you through very short slides where we will try to navigate what are the research components and processes. And our objectives are that by the end of this module, actually, you should be able to provide an understanding of the process of conducting research and also provide tools to assist with the selection of a research design appropriate to your research question, as well as ensure that all the research elements fit in together. So as just to start, I know you've already done a lot and you are already doing research wherever you are. And the word research, actually, you'll find it's mentioned in a number of areas, in a number of disciplines. People who are selling products will tell you that, no, we have done a lot of research. This product is going to be like this, like that. So many people use the word research to actually advance whatever they want to make sure that they promote. So perhaps, I just want us to start with a short exercise so that I get an overview of what colleagues who are attending this academy understand as what is research, and also what would you say are the key components of a research process? And then also the third question would be, what would you say is the most challenging part of the research process? So colleagues, I would want us to use the chat box to answer those questions. I'll just give you 2 minutes to do that. So please, let's start to answer the questions. Let's put on the chat box so that at least I have an understanding of what is it that you understand about those questions. 2 minutes. Chair and Leseho, please, if I don't see anything, just alert me, especially on the chat.
We will do so.
Are you able to put your presentation into presentation mode?
Okay, I think I can do that. Let me see. Is it okay now?
No, we're still seeing you. Oh, there it is. Perfect.
Okay. I'm not seeing any chats. Do you see anything
So
from
they
your
are
side?
coming through. They are coming through, Wilfred.
Okay.
There are responses. One is saying research, one says research. This is from Nare, says research is looking for empirical evidence. And there are responses that keep coming through.
Just read a few.
One says research is a systemic inquiry of problems. The other one from Garabelo says research is a, and Mapatla says research is a process of inquiry with view to ascertain facts and or provide the solutions to specific problems. So there are a number of responses in the chat box.
Okay. Fortunately, I cannot see from my
And
side.
then
Okay.
Dibusiso says a process whose output is generalized knowledge. And the most recent is from Noko Nwaba, says research is an investigation in a systemic approach into a specific topic to establish. Oh, there are a lot of responses.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
It's
Thank
quite
you.
an impressive engagement.
Sorry, Wilfred, when you go to
Yes.
chat, let's just, if you go to
Yeah.
chat, nothing comes up.
Yeah, I can see now. I can see.
Okay, perfect.
I can
Great.
see, but yeah. Yeah, no. Thank you, colleagues. I can see you are bringing in a lot of very interesting responses. Research is a systematic process with the aim to generate generalizable knowledge. Oh, I didn't know about that. Research is systematic into and study of materials, sources, and data to establish facts. Wonderful. I can see there are quite a lot of, a lot of responses which are quite interesting. And perhaps, I'm not sure, let's say we were asking a learner in primary school or a learner in secondary school. Do you think we'll get this kind of answers? And from what I'm seeing here as well, like this one, research is a systematic process to seek, that seeks to bridge a knowledge gap and contribute to generalizable knowledge, identifying a research problem, defining the question. That's wonderful. Someone says collecting, analyzing, and interpreting is equal to process. So perhaps let's synthesize all these responses. What I'm seeing is an emerging word is research is systematic. Someone says that. And also someone also said, as we do research, we are trying to come up with the generalizable knowledge. I'm not sure about that. We'll see as we move on whether all research which we do really come up with the generalizable knowledge. I also see people saying research is to bridge the gap, the gaps which exist in knowledge. Wonderful. Perhaps let me summarize to say, when we talk about research, we are saying this is a careful and systematic way of finding out information and answering questions. That's what research is in simple. If we want to make it as simple as possible, we are saying research is a careful and systematic way of finding out information or answering questions. So as we try to find out information, it means that we need to collect data so that we answer those questions. It means that we have to think about what research means and also explaining the findings to others. You do it in a systematic way. A good example would be, the first starting point would be, for example, you can start with a question and say, why do plants grow? Why do some plants grow faster than others? That could be a question which you come up with. And then you need to do it in a systematic way. In other words, it means you have to follow certain steps in your research. The first step, you ask a question. The second step, you can guess an answer, which in other contexts, people say a hypothesis. You can then put it to test that answer which you got. You watch and measure how things happen. And you can also then start to write up what you are seeing, what you're observing, or what you have found out. And then when you found out something, you then tell others to say, on this question, these are the steps I followed. And at the end of the day, this is what I found out. So if we were to look at the explanation I've said, it's quite simple, but we might want to look at it from a much deeper way, where you can say research is is defined as a systematic, rigorous, and objective process of inquiry. And that objective process of inquiry is aimed at generating new knowledge. Besides generating new knowledge, you are also trying to test theories and solving problems so that you develop some understanding out of that. And for you to be able to do that, then you look at that you'll be trying now to answer the second question on what would you say are the key components. For you to be able to do that, there are certain components which you need to follow in that research process. What are those? That's where now you come up with the appropriate methods of making sure that you collect that information which you want, the data which you want. And also you need to think about how are you going to analyze that data so that you can contribute in the field in which you are working in. So we were able, I could tell from all the answers which you have provided, I could tell that people understand what research is, and also the answers have got some implications on what are the key components within the research process. What I didn't get in most of your answers, what would you say is the most challenging part of the research process? I didn't get that much coming out within
The
the
RFU, Wilfred,
okay.
someone mentioned methodology, writing up also came up, and data analysis, especially when it comes to converting this into meaningful results. Those are three that I picked up.
Excellent, excellent. It's true. Those are some of the challenges to think of. What method? Okay, I have got this problem. What method am I going to use to make sure that I address this question? What tools am I going to use so that I'm sure I'm going to get all the information I want, all the data I want? In the research process, there are so many other challenges. We'll see them as we proceed. And also, for example, let's say you want to collect data from an industry. You might find there are challenges actually to enter the premises or to get access to the documents which you might want to use so that you get the information which you want. But as we progress, you'll find that there are quite a number of other processes which you might find useful. This slide which you see in front of you there has got quite a number of components, methods which are used in research, data collection, technologies, tools. Based on the definition which I've already given on what research is. Research is divided into different categories. We can, or what we call paradigms in simple. When we talk about paradigms, we are looking at the different understanding in research, which or frameworks that guide how research is conducted. Generally, we have three main categories which are known by a lot of people. We have the quantitative paradigm, we have the mixed methods paradigm, and we have the qualitative paradigm. But I'm not saying those are the only ones. We also have others known as the critical discourse paradigm. What is presented on that on the slide here are the different components which are all mixed together. We have the paradigms there, we have the data collection techniques, we have the tools, we also have the methods on their own. I would want us again to do the same exercise as we did on the first one, where with your basic understanding of what research is, try to identify the paradigms, and as you identify those, try to look at what methods go with each of the paradigms. I'll give you an example as a start. Critical theory, I choose critical theory. I hope everyone is seeing it. For me, it is a paradigm. What methodology is used within the critical theory? I'll select discourse analysis. That's what I will select there. I can also give one which is not there on discourse analysis. I can say participatory as a data collection technique within that. So I would want us to do the same for any of the other paradigms which you see there, which I have not mentioned. I'll give you 2 minutes again, colleagues. I hope you understand what I want us to do. You can raise up your hand if you are not clear on what I want us to do there.
Okay, guys, let's take a minute or two to engage with the exercise. But Wilfred, can I ask you just to repeat the instruction again?
Right. I'm saying on the slide, we have components. We have components which are within the research process. We have methods. We have data collection tools. All of those which I'm mentioning, they are here on this slide. So I would want us to put them according to the paradigm in which they are. Say, I give a paradigm like the one which I've given already to say critical theory. I choose it as a paradigm. What methods are in there? Go along with critical theory. What tools go along with critical theory? So we do it for any of the paradigms which you think you are seeing on that slide, so that we see which one fits on which.
Yes, yes. Okay, I think that's very clear, guys. So cluster according to the paradigm, right? So look at the paradigm, put on the methods and the related tools. Obviously, based on your current knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, Shama, I see, but I think Andrea has already done that for us. Are we all good? We're getting on with it, right? Shout when you're struggling. Okay, we've got the responses that are already coming up.
Okay, let me also check on my side. Yeah, I can see some. Sousa says components of research. We have abstract, background, literature review, but it's not yet clustered. Let me see. Perhaps I might come with one. analyzing data. Okay, colleagues, yes, I see one here. It says interpretivism, qualitative interviews, questionnaires. Okay, let's look at that as an example.
Yes, we've got interesting groupings. Mixed methods, interviews, or that one just moved. But the positivism, quantitative equals questionnaire, closed questionnaire, assume. Then we've got mixed methods, interviews, survey, case study. I guess that's interpretivism, pragmatism, positivism, survey. Okay. And then we've got quantitative, literature review. Okay, that one moved.
Right.
Moving as they come through. Mixed methods, survey, key informant, focus group, ethics. Okay, the order might be a bit,
Yeah.
I think the cluster is correct.
I can see, I was also checking on my side, I can see people have got an idea actually on clustering these components and processes. Perhaps I can just give examples so that you check whether your answer is correct. I'll start with the quantitative one. There's quantitative there. Quantitative, you can also put in brackets positivism. So when we talk about quantitative or positivism, the belief there is that when we talk about reality, we say reality is objective. So we say objective reality exists. That's the belief in the quantitative paradigm. And that objective reality can only be measured using science. So the methods which were supposed to pick out of what is on the slide there to go with the positivism or quantitative, you can take the questionnaire, it fits in there. You can take the experiment, it fits in there, in the quantitative. You can also take, what else do I left out? The survey as well. It can go together with the positivism or the quantitative paradigm. Remember, I said, what is a paradigm? I said it is a framework or a worldview view, how you view things. So you'll find that in the positivism, we are looking mostly at quantification. We are looking at numbers. We are looking at statistics. So that's how we were supposed to match the quantitative, also known as positivism. The other one, another example, I'm sure colleagues are following. The other example there, which we can also cluster, is interpretivism. It is, you can put in brackets, interpretivism with the qualitative. We are talking of the same things there. In here, the belief in the interpretivism is that reality is subjective. It's not objective as the other paradigm which we've just looked at, and it is shaped by human experience. The methods which we're supposed to pick from what is there on the slide, I can see there is interviews can fit there. Case study can also fit there in that group. And some of the things also which are not there, which you can fit in as you look at the qualitative participatory participation mostly. And in terms of instruments, the researcher can also be an instrument there, because you participate as you are collecting data, but you are also classified as an instrument in that group. The other example, which I've already given you one example, I think the critical theory is one of them. And the last one would be mixed methods. Mixed methods can go together with pragmatism, the mixed methods. And the methods, you are looking at methods which you can also use in the qualitative and also in the quantitative. For example, you can use a questionnaire which is structured to collect data. So, well done, colleagues. I could tell that quite a number of people have an understanding on what we mean when we talk about the research components. That the research components include the methods which you are going to use in collecting data. It looks at the tools which you are going to use to collect data, and also the techniques which you will use to collect data. A technique can be an interview, and then the tool can be an interview guide. That will be in the interpretivism or the qualitative. In the quantitative, the method could be a survey, and the tool can be a survey questionnaire. So you can see I'm trying to make sure that people, when they write whatever they are writing, preparing their work, you should be clear on what the difference is on a paradigm, the difference, the method, the difference of the data collection technique, and the tool. You have to be very clear when you are using those. These are not the only methods in the research process. We also have some emerging paradigms currently happening, some emerging trends in research. I'm sure you might have already done on the emerging trends, where now you find research people are using artificial intelligence and machine learning, where people, for data collection, they are now using mobile data collection. These are some of the emerging trends which are coming into research, and we cannot deny that because things are changing. So we need also to look out and read more on those techniques. So the key components within the research process, we have now looked at what is it that we need to understand, how we can group those. When you are now doing your research, you always start with a problem identification. When you identify your problem, you need to also read about that problem which you have identified. So where do you look for some of the work which you've done? You do your literature review. Your literature review will constitute a number of resources. It could be documents from government, it could be documents from development agencies, and many other sources available to you. Then once you have done that, you need also to look at the research design. What do you mean by the research design? Here we are looking at the plan or the blueprint on how you will do your research. So here the research design is what tells you how you will do the study, how you will collect the information, and how you will analyze that information to answer your research question. So already now we know that when we were clustering, we would know what paradigm, what methods, what tools you are going to use, and then you need to know how you are going to collect that data. So when you have designed, you have now a plan, you then go out there to do your data collection. Again, whatever you are doing, you should take cognizance of the paradigm in which you have placed your study. Then you do your data analysis. You can, if you are doing the data analysis from a quantitative paradigm, you can also use some statistical software tools that are available to you. You can use Excel sheets, you can use Stata, those software, which are now, you can use R, you can use SPSS and many other. If you are looking at the qualitative paradigm, you can also analyze your data using also software. There are now softwares to actually analyze that data, and Vivo is one of these software. Atlas TI can assist you, or you can do it manually. Though it will take quite a while for you to do that, because the data in qualitative is quite messy. It's quite a lot. It's rich compared to the data which you collect in the quantitative paradigm. Once you have done your analysis, you then do your interpretation of what you are finding out from that data. And then from there, you can draw your conclusions and then make recommendations out of that. And that's not the end. You have your conclusions, you have recommendations. You then need to disseminate that information. You share with others. You can share with government officials. You also share in the communities where you collected the data so that they know, they get to understand, they gain knowledge of what is happening within their community. So there are many ways in which you can disseminate data. As the HSRC, we normally recommend that you use as many avenues as possible. It could be through article writing, which you publish in journals. It could be through policy briefs. You can go on television, you can go on the radio, you can do stakeholder engagements with as many people as possible so that people gain knowledge. But as you do all these processes, always, you need also to be ethical in the way you are going to engage within that community where you are going to collect the data. So there are ethical issues which are always prescribed so that you are not found out doing things which are not appropriate in collecting data, cheating, and so forth. There are a lot of things which happen which are unethical, and I would urge all the people attending here to say, don't engage in unethical practices when you are doing your research. Always act ethically. So generally, the key components of the research process are: 1, problem identification, literature review, research design, data collection, data analysis, interpretations and findings, conclusions and recommendations, dissemination, and ethical considerations. There are also other deeper key components of the research process. These are: one, research philosophy. Research philosophy, you know, when you want to use big words, you also want to show people that you are now, you know, deeper. That's what they call the epistemological foundations. Here, if it is positivism or quantitative, the philosophy is that reality is objective. If it's objective, what are you saying? We are saying knowledge comes from measurable data. So whatever you are going to look at, it's measurable. And a research process, if it is interpretivism or qualitative, we are saying reality is subjective and meaning is socially constructed. Then if the research philosophy is within the paradigm of critical theory, we say knowledge exposes power dynamics and social change. And then if it's mixed methods or pragmatism, the philosophy is that truth is what works. So when here, what we are talking about, if we were to look at the impact of philosophy, it means that philosophy determines what counts as evidence. That's what counts in each of those. That's the philosophy. When we talk about research strategy, here we are talking about the high level plan. That's the research strategy, the high level plan. For example, if you are doing, you are following the quantitative and you are doing an experiment, obvious, you are going to look at what is the experiment and what is the control. If it's a case study, it means you want to do an in-depth exploration of something or in a single instance. That will be your strategy. If it's going to be action research, it means it's going to be a collaborative type of work which you are going to do to solve a problem. So when we talk of a research strategy, we are looking at a high level plan. And here is the thinking is that your research strategy should align with your research questions. For example, if you are doing qualitative, you need to ask yourself, why is it that you want to follow the qualitative? Why? You are answering the question, why? Perhaps, why are things the way they are now? If it's a quantitative, is how much you quantify, how much of the things which you are seeing, which say this as compared to that. Then when we talk of research approach here, we are looking at the logical structure. The logical structure. For example, you might want to test a hypothesis. So an example would be testing if X causes Y to do something. And if you are doing that, already you know you are going to do an experiment. So the approach here would be deductive in nature. If you want to build a theory from data, then you know that is inductive. And you can do interviews so that you collect that data, and then you can perhaps build a theory out of that. And that approach, if it's in qualitative, usually they call it a grounded theory. So the grounded theory is something which you build out of the data. And if you are going to build something out of the data, already you know you are following the qualitative. Because you cannot develop. Actually, what I'm trying to put across is in the qualitative, in most instances, the hypothesis is derived from the data. While in the quantitative, you can formulate your hypothesis before you even go out there to collect the data. So when you go in the qualitative out to collect the data, it will be trying to come and test the hypothesis which you have already come up with before you went out. But from a qualitative research approach, you collect the data. As you are analyzing, you can see something emerging. Then you start developing your research, your research hypothesis.
So Wilfred, just a heads up that we've got about 15 minutes left.
Okay. Then research choices. Research choices here, we are looking at practical decisions, which you do. One, you are looking at, are you going to do a cross-sectional, that is a one-time snapshot, or you are going to do a longitudinal, which is tracking over time. Then a time horizon, you are also looking at, time horizon, you are going to look at, are you going to look at cross-sectional or longitudinal? And then the techniques, we have already looked at some of the techniques which we can adopt within the research process. In that slide where we're trying to cluster items. So the approaches to research design, they are quite a number of them. You can use Creswell's research design typology, which starts with the philosophy. Then you look at the approach. Is it qualitative? Is it quantitative? Is it mixed? And then you come up with your plan. Then you look at the methods and validation. So in this typology, usually, you'll find you have examples of surveys, experimental, and usually within this design, it is a non-reactive type of research. Then we have also another one, Babi's research design. It looks at, you first do the pre-test, you do the intervention, you do the treatment, then the control, the post-test, and also this type here is a reflective type of research design. I've already looked at the different research philosophies where I was giving you examples, where we are saying we have quite a number of different paradigms. The positivist, we have already explained that it's the quantitative one, which look at testing questions. And we also have the interpretivism, which is mostly qualitative, and you look at subjective analysis. So I would like you colleagues to just reflect on your own, to say which paradigms from what we have already done, which paradigms aligned with your research. It's up to you. I know a number of people I've been engaging with, a lot of emerging researchers. You'll find that they'll tell you, no, me, I'm a quantitative researcher. The other one say I'm a qualitative, and they start arguing which which paradigm is stronger than the other. But well, it all depends on what are you trying to find out. That's how you need to decide what paradigm are you going to align with in your research. There are different approaches actually to the research theory development. If you are following the deductive approach, you start with a theory, you come up with the hypothesis, data collection, then you either, when you are testing, you either confirm your hypothesis or reject it, then you can revise. And for you to be able to do that, definitely you have to follow the scientific principles, you have to follow the causal relationships, the structured approach, whether the samples are large, and also you look at the incremental contribution to the theory which you are looking at. And if you are following the inductive approach, you look at, you start with the data collection. Remember, I was giving an example of the grounded theory, where I'm saying the theory will be developed out of the data which you've collected. Then you look at, you examine the relationship, and you come up with a tentative hypothesis, you develop your theory. And here, you should always start with the phenomena, meanings and context. Then you look at the qualitative analysis. This is more flexible, actually, and they are less predictable. However, it is more radical and as it contributes to theory. A short exercise quickly, colleagues, which I would want you to do. I'll just give you a minute. There it is. A student decided to conduct a research project on violence work and its effects on stress level of staff. How would the student go about the project if adopting deductive approach and inductive approach? 1 minute, colleagues.
Let's get on with it, guys.
Just write one answer, one sentence answer for each. Any? Do you see any answer?
There are responses in the chat box.
Okay.
Andile is saying deductive, and Nabisa is also saying deductive approach. Quite a few are saying deductive approach.
Someone has an explanation. Lisiko, can you read that? Why she said deductive?
Okay, this is Shama who said deductive approach, and then they say the student will begin with existing theories or hypotheses about workplace violence causing stress and test the use of data from staff experiences.
Excellent. I think that's good. You can start, when you are using the deductive approach, you can start with an existing theory about the workplace violence and stress. That's correct. And then test this theory with the empirical data. So if we were to say in terms of steps, first you develop an hypothesis from existing theory, and then design a structured questionnaire, and then collect quantitative data. Then you test that hypothesis and you draw conclusions. But if you start with an inductive approach, so the student will first collect data to understand the lived experiences of workplace violence and how it affects staff stress. And then from there, you can build the theory from the ground up. So if we were to write in terms of steps, the first one would be conduct qualitative data collection, analyze data thematically, develop a theory or model, and then refine the insights. Thank you so much. That's excellent. It means people are following there. So research strategy, we have already looked at that to say your strategy is either the method which you are going to approach. Is it experimental? Is it action research? Is it a case study, or is it a survey? The next exercise, 1 minute again. The research interest is to what extent and why do occupation choices of students differ between genders? A student asks 20 participants in one university to write a short paragraph entitled "My Dream Job." Describe the data this question will generate, what research strategy has been adopted, and what methodology choice. 1 minute, colleagues. We are running out of time.
Dr. Wolf, there is a question in the chat box.
Yes,
Julie's
please.
asking if an inductive approach can be used in a quantitative study.
You say, come again?
They're asking if an inductive approach can be used in a quantitative study.
You remember, we talked about mixed methods, isn't it? So the mixed methods can use either of the two. But then, like I said, each paradigm has got what is specific to it. The deductive always go hand in hand with the quantitative. The deductive always goes hand in hand with the quantitative, and the inductive goes hand in hand with qualitative. But when we look at the mixed methods, you can use both approaches. Like in this case where we're saying, this same example which we have given, you are able to approach it from a deductive perspective and also an inductive perspective. But the approach, the strategies are not going to be the same.
Thank you. And there are responses in the chat box. Most people are saying qualitative would
For the question on the student, okay. My
Yes.
dream job. Correct. Yes. So the data will be qualitative in nature. What would be kind of data there? Is it numeric? Is it narrative text? Anyone? So usually here,
But narrative.
Yes, very good. It will be narrative text. And when you are putting in the narrative text, you are trying to reflect personal aspirations, isn't it? Motivations, values, expectations. So the content here might include job title, fields, justification, reasons for the choices, influences. Is it family? Is it role models? Is it societal norms, etc., etc.? And what strategy? What strategy? I didn't hear on the strategy.
Florinda, sorry, Wilfred. Florida, can you please unshare? Unless if there's something you would like to share with the group.
Any answers? Do you see any answers on the strategy?
Nothing so
Strategy
far.
would be a case study.
Okay.
Since the data is collected from a
Sorry.
Go ahead, Shama.
Yes, I can come in quickly so that we move. So the strategy here should be something aligned to narrative analysis, qualitative content analysis, and also, since you are aiming to explore, interpret meaning behind participants' occupational expressions, you can also use a strategy which is more exploratory, which is also rooted in the qualitative paradigm. So what would be the methodological choices here? Generally, it will be something focused on meaning, experiences, and interpretation. which is, we are not going to be looking at numbers. So the methodological choice should be qualitative here. That will be the methodological choice. So I just gave examples of the choices of methods which you can use for that question. Time frame, we have already looked at these, colleagues. We have looked at these. Data collection and analysis, we have also looked at this to say, usually when you are doing research, what is more important is to make sure that you collect your data, and then you need to know what techniques you are going to use and what type of data. Is it going to be primary data? Usually primary data is what you go and collect in the field. And secondary data is what is already existing in other sources. And all this depends on the methodological approach which you have adopted, and also which paradigm really fits into your research. Here, this is just recapping on what we have already looked at, where we're looking at the processes of research. We're looking at the main elements. And always when you are doing your research, you need to know what are the elements, what are the options, and what to choose and why. So on the elements, you are looking at the study purpose, philosophy, methods, logic and approach, data sources, options. It's either descriptive, positivist, interpretivist, or mixed methods, inductive and deductive, and then the primary and secondary data. And then the questions there, which I have put across. The same here again. This is from another perspective, elements, options, what to choose and why. And then the last slide is simply looking at, as you do your research, you need to understand what are the underlying assumptions, and how are you going to conduct your research? How will you collect and conduct the analysis? And what plan you are going to, is it fitting into your study? Then you need to provide the justification. Thank you. Over to you, Bongiwe.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lunga, and thank you for sharing such great insight. I hope everybody in the room did benefit. I know sometimes you are familiar with different components and tools, but often the challenge comes when you are, how are you to package this? The question being, how do they all fit in? And I always say, we're always after the data, right? But there's a whole lot of decision, whole lot of thinking that goes in behind, behind the scene. So just in closing, I don't see any questions. So just let me to that, Lesego, but I'm also looking at the time. Just the 4 key takeaways for the session, just as a way of, closing it up. First, the fact that research is fundamentally about systematic alignment, right? Throughout the presentation, Wilfred was emphasizing that successful research is not just, it's not about you having a good idea, but you have to ensure that every component fits together like pieces of the puzzle, from philosophical worldview through to your data collection method. Each element must logically be connected to the next. And it is this alignment that can actually pull everything, all the scattered activities, into a coherent, into a credible research that can produce reliable results. Secondly, your research philosophy shapes everything that follows, whether you lean towards positivism, believing in objective, measurable reality, or towards interpretivism, recognizing that individual perceptions shape your understanding, as Wilfred was explaining. It is these foundational choices that ultimately determines your entire methodological approach. And then thirdly, the methodological choices must match your research question and context. I think, yeah, we've repeated that a few times. And then lastly, justification is also as important as implementation, especially when it comes to preparing your proposal for your studies and so forth, because the recurring theme has been what and why. So it's not just simple, to choose any method that you find easy or you like, but you must be able to articulate why your chosen approach is actually best suited for your particular study. And with that, guys, I think we can call it a day, unless if there are last questions in the chat. I didn't see anything. Lisiko, am I forgetting something? Wilfred, your parting words?
There are no questions
Well,
in the chat.
thank you, colleagues. The participation was marvelous. I really enjoyed, and I hope you also benefited something from this. Just like myself, I always learn when I interact with the colleagues. I know it might not have been to your expectations, but I know you got something. Thank you, and enjoy the day.
Of course we did. Whether you're interacting with the junior scholars or seasoned scholars, you always pick up something new. Can I please remind you, colleagues, not to forget to do the evaluation, right? It's the only way that we'll be able to improve the academy and offerings altogether. And what else is there except to say thank you for spending this hour with us? It's been great. Thank you so much to our chair. Thank you so much, Wilfred. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Lisiko. Bye-bye.
In the chat, Kutso. Go ahead, Spuba.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to this session on research ethics. I think it's a pleasure to have such a large audience in this session. We are excited to have you join us for this session on research ethics, which promises to be an engaging and enriching experience. Research ethics happen to be one of the key components of the work that we do, but which is always overlooked. So I think this session is meant to address some of the key issues that needs to be taken into consideration when we conduct research. And there are going to be three presenters or three facilitators, let me put it in that way. The main presentation will be given by Professor Dipane Tlalele. I'm going to chair the session, and Ms. Kutso Sitole will facilitate the session for us. But before we start, I would like to just introduce the panelists, and I will start with Professor Dipane Tlalele, who is our main presenter this afternoon. So he's a full professor of education at Soplaki University and a C2 NRF rated researcher 2022-2027, who appears in the World Top 100 Education Scientists in South Africa, 2022, number 92, 2024, number 61, and Africa, 2024, number 87, according to the AD Scientific Index. He is a principal and a co-investigator in the Geographies of Ethics in Rural Humanities Research, 2024 to 2026. It's a community engagement in rural context, a relational leadership strategy, 2017 to 2019. He's also worked on sustainable urban-rural learning connections, 2017-2018, sustainable rural learning ecologies, sustainable futures of the people of the Afro-Montane, adaptive leadership in community engagement and the service learning funded research project. He has supervised 38 doctoral and 27 master's degree students to completion. He's hosted 7 postdoctoral research fellows and 1 teaching fellow, and produced over 60 articles, peer review, conference proceedings, and chapters in books. He has co-edited 2 books, that is Peace, Safety and Security, African Perspectives by Peter Lang in Berlin, Germany. Then there's also Inclusion in Southern African Education, Understanding Challenges and Enablement, published by Springer Nature. So I'm sure we'll be able to learn from Professor Tlalele's vast experience as just presented in his brief bio. The next person in this session is going to be Ms. Kutso Sitole, who works in the Research Impact Division and manages the Research Governance, Ethics and Integrity Division at the Human Sciences Research Council. She holds a master's degree in social sciences in health research ethics through the Serati program at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Kutso joined the HSRC in 2009 as an administrator and understudy of the former Research Ethics Committee administrator of the HSRC. She gained experience as a Research Ethics Committee administrator. In 2019, she was promoted to manager, Research, Governance, Ethics, and Integrity. She is currently responsible for all the work done by the HSRC Research Ethics Committee and mentors several colleagues and interns while working in this role. The last person is myself. I don't know how I'm going to introduce myself, but I will just do it briefly. I'm a senior research specialist in the Developmental, Capable, and Ethical State Division, popularly known as DCES at the Human Sciences Research Council. I hold an MA in Heritage Studies and a Doctor of Philosophy in History of Art from the University of Reading. My areas of interest and expertise are art and museums in Africa, cultural heritage, aging, migration, and indigenous knowledge systems. I think I've published over 30 scientific papers in local and international journals, and some of my publications, so recent publications, an edited book, Exchanging Symbols, Monuments and Memorials in Post-Apartheid South Africa, published in 2020 by African Sun Media, and they also some recent articles in Visual Studies and African Studies. I am a member of the HSRC Research Ethics Committee and an editorial board member of the journal African Historical Review. So with these introductions, I invite the audience to note down your questions, your comments, your observations. This session is going to be divided into 3 parts. We start with a main presentation, which will be given by Professor Dipane Tlalele for about an hour, 30 minutes or so. There's going to be a quiz after the presentation, and then we'll end the session with question and answers. So once again, you are welcome. And at this stage, without wasting your time, I'll hand over to our professor, Professor Dipane Tlalele. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to everybody. I saw close to 300 participants, which is encouraging. Yeah, maybe what was not mentioned in the introductions there, for the past 6 years, UKZN has punished me with being the Research Ethics Chair for the Humanities and Social Sciences Research Ethics Committee. Maybe that is why one of my research projects combined my specialty in rural education research and inclusive education with the ethics. Anyway, I'm mentioning that because I will also try and help you if you want to know something about the processes. Where I can help, I will. I don't have all the answers, and I know how difficult ethics decisions are. So my presentation, I tried to make it as low key and understandable as possible. Because in my belief, if you understand, then you can do something about that understanding. If you don't, then you have a problem. How do you move forward without understanding? So I tried to do that. So there will be a lot of practical examples that I give as we go along. And Chair, you will help me with the time. Yes. Okay. At the end of this module, these are the general objectives that I thought about. But you may also have your own expectations. So maybe there are certain things that you'll pick up that I may have not emphasized in this. Demonstrate an understanding of research ethics and related concepts. Describe rudimentary theoretical orientations in ethics. Because we are in academia, so I was taught that at least you have to have some theories that you use to lay a foundation or concepts. This time around, we will use the 4 common theories in ethics and briefly fly over them and try and understand their perspectives. Also try and describe the historiographical sketch in respect of the evolution of ethical conduct in research. Over the years, what happened? Why are we where we are now? And what happened in the past? There were serious scandals and serious mistakes being made by researchers and research in general. And then humanity tried to correct those mistakes or those mishaps. We will go through some of them in brief. And then you mention and applies certain research ethics principles. And I know those principles are relative. So there will always be questions: to what extent are we applying the research ethics principles to the satisfaction of ethical conduct in research? Define research integrity. This one will be yours. If you can, at the end, I will be very happy. Reflect on the ethical clearance application processes. Yeah, I think during the Q&A, different institutions use different approaches. I know even my current institution and my previous institution, they have different approaches. And maybe we can try and tap into those practical examples and try and understand them and maybe help each other then. In the introduction, how do we define research ethics? Those are moral principles that guide researchers to conduct and report on research. I just want to hide this. Yes, and conduct research without deception or intention to harm the participants of the study or members of society as a whole, whether knowingly or unknowingly. So in terms of research ethics, then when we deal with research misconduct, you can say you didn't know or you were not aware, but that is not an excuse. You have to know that there will be, there's always a potential for risk or harm, and you have to deal. I'll give an example before I pass this point. Deception, that's very important. It's very important because sometimes in research and when we conduct our research, there are always power dynamics. There will be always that may have lesser powers because they may not come from a university, particularly those in rural contexts, the vulnerable populations. We will know this when particularly with medical research, when people are not taken through the whole process of informed consent. Just one example, you always have to be on alert. Even situations that seem to be normal, those may evoke harm. Many years ago, there was a student in my office, and so I was busy on the computer, and then to keep the student busy, I tried to generate some conversation, which in my view at that time was a usual conversation. How are they at home? Ah, they're fine. How's your father? Dead. And your mother? I thought I was going to be lucky. The mother did, and the student cried. So you can evoke harm even if you did not intend to. So we should be careful. The other example that I can give is if you were to ask in your, maybe in your questionnaires or in your instruments or in your interviews, how long have you been married for? If that marriage was a marriage of some sorts, that may evoke that harm, even though you were just looking for the number of years. It's not always happily ever after. So it may evoke some harm. So you have to be aware of those. I think those two examples clarify. You always have to be on the lookout for potential harm to study participants, even if you did not intend to. Okay, and then there's an important concept of privacy, which can be defined as an individual condition of life characterized by exclusion from publicity. That is the individual. When you go and you generate data, that data is most of the time excluded from publicity. So then how do you protect the person's privacy? It describes the person's interest in controlling access to their personal information. Yeah, right now we can talk about the POPI Act, Protection of Personal Information Act. That says now, in order for me I must consent to my personal information being distributed. That is why most of the time we will check whether, when you apply for ethical clearance, we check how you will anonymize the participants. But there are instances where participants will say, I would like my name to be known. Yeah, that they can consent to, but most of the time we will just say, because that may create harm, has the potential to harm them in some way or the other, we encourage anonymization of the participants. Confidentiality, which is about whether and how research data may be disclosed carelessly and either inadvertently, thus revealing the participant's identity or category, making them vulnerable to harm. What we must remember about confidentiality is that it has limits. Let's say you are using a method called focus groups. Already there in that group, there will be more than one individuals. In that group, whatever is said is now being disclosed to the other participants in that focus group. So now confidentiality is a little bit limited there. So I think you have to deal with it ethically in ways that avoids the potential for harm. In South Africa, there is this a document that is marveled by the world, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It talks about human dignity. It talks about equality and the advancement of human rights, that those should be respected, promoted, and protected. Not only respected and promoted, but also protected. So when later in the presentation, you will see the importance of protection of participants and how it came about, particularly with the historiographical sketch. There are certain areas where we will be saying participants have to be protected. A current document that is guiding research ethics processes in South Africa is the National Health Research Ethics Council's document, which is the South African Ethics in Health Research Guidelines, Principles, Processes, and Structures. It's from the National Department of Education. Well, I was as a chair of ethics at my previous institution. Well, I was also involved, even though I was not part of the core team. But every now and then, when there are developments, we would be called to a meeting by NREC, and then they will want inputs from us. So I know a little bit about this document, and this document replaces the 2015 one, which was guiding the ethical clearance processes. It is desirable that research ethics committees in South Africa register with the council. Just to give you a little bit of a background, maybe in one of the final slides, there's a copy and paste thing there that will say where it comes from, because there's always tension between whether NREC is for research in the natural sciences or in the human sciences. The reason why it looks like it predominantly caters for research in the natural sciences is because it has its mandate from the National Health Act. So the National Health Act, dealing with whatever research is done on human beings and other research in the natural sciences space. And I know those that were born before technology like me would know that if you were doing research in the social sciences or in education, like I'm in education, you were not subjected to ethical clearance. Our studies were not subjected to ethical clearance. Mine was subjected to because it had the word termination of pregnancy in the title. So, and then they said, no, you must take it to the health sciences so that it's cleared. And when they saw that it's only interview and so on, they said, no, we can exempt it. Okay, from this document, important document, there's a few points that we can mention here. I know people are always in trouble with that. Protocols to conduct research involving humans undergo independent ethics review before research activities start. That's very important because most of the time they will say, you can go ahead and go and generate data, and then we will see about the ethical clearance. The reason why it should be ethically cleared, research ethics committees are there to protect the participants from any harm. So we must see it first. The research ethics committees must must review the application first, provide full ethical clearance approval, and then you can go and generate your data. You can even go into the community. Sometimes you can't even go into the community because you'll never know what harm your presence may create there. So it's important that they are checked by the research ethics committees. And then what is important there, written in uppercase, no retrospective approvals. So you can't say already the data is generated, we're just looking for ethical clearance. No, it doesn't work that way. So if that is the case, I know some institutions have their own alternative ways of dealing with that, but it shouldn't be like that. The data should be destroyed and there's no study. So the other thing that is important, researchers are held accountable for their research activities. So if those are your research activities, please keep that in mind, that you will be held accountable. So social and ethical values should be promoted. I think all studies should be contributing to science. Therefore, we'll talk about the validity of that. and contributing to the improvement in society. So we'll also talk about social validity in terms of research. Then theoretical orientations. Like I said, there will be 4 of those that we will go through. I did not include the Afrocentric one, but it's also one of those. From the Afrocentric perspective, how do we deal with issues of ethics? Utilitarianism, you'll know when we talk about utility, we speak about usefulness of something. So this one places higher value on results than rules. Rules don't matter much as long as we get the desired results. For examples, actions are deemed good or right if they maximize happiness or pleasure throughout society. So even if we step on some other toes, we, according to utilitarianism, it will still be ethical when we know that there will be a maximization of this pleasure or pleasurable outcome throughout society, even though if you can suffer. Therefore, the right course of action from an ethical point of view would be to choose the means that will produce the greatest amount of utility, helpfulness or usefulness, welfare, well-being or usefulness. Yes. So that is utilitarianism. This research that is being done for the end and not worrying about what happens in the process. So that can be critiqued to say this, if you follow this orientation, theoretically, that is amenable to a situation where the need justifies the means. Yeah. Because of the needs, our need, which is out there, or the outcome, now we know it. Now we may not care about what happens, how we get there, as long as we get there. That is utilitarianism for you. The ontology is premised on the assertion that ethical intent and observing the right rules is a desirable pathway to ethical conduct than achieving the desired results. So as an opposite of utilitarianism, the ontology will say, we must observe the rules. So to ethical conduct than we focus on achieving the desired results or outcome or happiness or pleasure. Kant there uses universalization as a form of rational thought that assumes the inherent equality of all human beings. So the right rules, all human beings being equal. So we do not say because we want to achieve this, even if we trample on toes of a few others, as long as we achieve the results, we're not saying that. We're saying all human beings are equal, and therefore they must be treated in the same way. So equality of participants becomes central to ethical research conduct. Yes, so this one requires that we put duty first, we act rationally, and then we give moral weight to the inherent equality of all human beings. So all human beings equal, that's the ontology, not as an opposite to utilitarianism. Social justice and social contract theory, this one advocates of social justice are concerned with parity of participation and distributive justice. That if we participate, are we not disadvantaging other communities? Usually we do that when it comes to urban communities and rural communities or vulnerable people, or vulnerable populations. We know that they are not treated in the same way. So when they participate there are others that are treated differently. I don't want to say better, treated differently. But Nancy Frazier too spoke about that. In terms of participation, we try and also be sensitive to the others. Sorry, yeah. Yes, and then regarding the social contract, people give up certain rights to government in exchange for security and common benefits. We know with some of the trials here that are done, some people will say, we will share the burden, we can take the burden because it will benefit our society. So for the benefit of common good or for the benefit of our children, we will go first. You know, some of those trials that are done on human beings. Consistently, an ongoing balancing act between human desires for freedom and human desires for order is a perpetual facet of human existence. So as researchers, we always try to look this way and that way, whether it's a desirable thing or it's for the sake of order in our societies. Virtue theory cherishes the value of virtuous qualities rather than formal rules or useful results. So virtue has it that desirable conduct in research is determined by reason and wisdom. So reasoning and wisdom, being rational, guides our research processes then. Researchers must have virtue or be virtuous. So researchers must be reasonable or rational and must be wise. Right. After this, that is the fourth one. Those are the four basic ones from the Western world. I have written a few papers, and that's somewhere where the reviewers will say, what about the African perspective? Also the Afrocentric perspective in terms of ethics is also there, grounded by African philosophies such as Ubuntu, mainly Ubuntu, where you have those principles of Ubuntu like care, compassion, and so on, and respect and those. So that is there, but I did not include it here. But I'm just saying, if you have to dig deeper into ethics, you'll also come across that. Okay, then the historiographical sketch. How did this ethical concerns, how did they result in the evolution of some understanding of research contact and some desires about conducting ethical research? The Tuskegee syphilis study in the US, you know, here it was a study where Black men were treated for bad blood. It was called bad blood that time. And I'm sure you can make insinuations about why only Black men and why bad blood, and then think about syphilis. So here researchers did not collect informed consent from participants. One of those may be because they were Black, they were not treated equally. So it couldn't be the study couldn't be done using other races. So we still have that problem now, even now. There are some people that are over-researched. You'll know women are over-researched. Africans are over-researched in South Africa. Rural people, not much, but there's this thing of power imbalances when it comes to participants from those contexts. And then the Nuremberg Code, it was developed as a response to the Nazi atrocities committed during World War II, where in the name of research, horrific research was conducted on people. Now the Nuremberg Code sought to ensure compliance with informed consent of participants. So the horrific research was conducted on people without their consent, without their informed consent. We will also explain what informed consent means and entails. And then the Helsinki Declaration specifies that respect and protection of research participants should be considered in all research projects. I think I spoke about respect and protection earlier. So participants must be respected and protected. And it's not only the duty of mainly the duty of the researcher conducting research, but it's also the duty of others as well, like your gatekeepers and so on. For example, if you are using children in your study, unless they are emancipated children, you know, in the US they have everything. They even have emancipated children or children that divorce their parents, and then they are regarded as mayors, not as children. So they can give informed consent, and then they can also take care of their protection. So they will think that the parents are not doing very well when it comes to their protection. They can stand on their own. Yeah, so that should be considered in all research projects. The US Common Rule developed in the United States as a result of the Tuskegee scandal, and the federal policy was meant for the protection of human participants. So it's also supporting the previous point, the protection of human participants. The Belmont report, notwithstanding its acknowledgement of all other guidelines, the report sought to make review of research involving human participants mandatory. So now you cannot no longer conduct research without that research being reviewed by a competent research ethics committee. So that's the Belmont report. The Singapore Statement on Research Integrity is intended to challenge governments, organizations, and researchers to develop more comprehensive standards, codes, and policies to promote research integrity both locally and on a global scale. Then the governments have to see to it that all research that is being done, even organizations and researchers, follow particular standards. So, and then if you would go to some of the countries like in South Africa, we have the National Health Research Ethics Council. In some countries, they will have their own custodians of these research ethics standards. So I recall that we had at some point a presenter from one of the Nordic countries. They were sharing with us what is happening, how do they oversee the processes of research ethics and research processes in that country. So they have their own units, depending on the nature of research that is being done. They will have their own units. If it's human and social sciences, they will have a national body looking after human and social sciences research interests and processes and so on. They also are a watchdog against government. If they think that government is acting unethically when it comes to research, they also advise. And then they are there to develop the codes of conduct and policies promoting research ethics and research integrity. I spoke about the Department of Health's 2015 document, Research Ethics Guidelines. Now that one, it has been replaced by the new one that I spoke about, National Health Research Ethics Council. This one, South African Ethics in Health Research Guidelines, Principles, Processes, and Structures. So this document, if you can have it, I don't know, depending on the need, you can download it and share it. It's available freely online, so you can have access to it whenever you want to Right, let's look at the principles. The principles in terms of research ethics. Honesty. Strive for honesty in all scientific communications. Honestly report data, results, methods, and procedures, and publication status. We may say this is obvious. People are honest and they can read. I know there was when you do you see when you are old you have all these examples. When you do the reporting in terms of performance management, how the articles that you published. A colleague created a publication, a citation, gave page numbers, volume numbers, a false journal name, and so on and so on. So even when it comes to publications, there can be some people who are some colleagues who are dishonest, and that is not very good. So do not fabricate, falsify, or misrepresent data. Do not deceive colleagues, research sponsors, or the public. And particularly when it comes, there's in the research ethics applications, some of them, you'll find that you are asked about the conflict of interest. You are asked about funding. So it is the intention there is for you to declare that you have a sponsor. And if you have a sponsor, are they not going to twist your arm to fabricate the results? We know of scandals where researchers fabricated the results to please the funders. Or if it's something that the findings speak against the funders, and then there will be trouble. Otherwise, they will withdraw their funding if you don't say what they like. So that's also unethical, and that's conflict of interest that must be managed, particularly with research sponsors. I know many of you may have many examples of those. One of those that is known throughout the world is one of the companies that produces motor vehicles. They fabricated the gaseous emissions from the exhausts, and then that was picked up later that they falsified the results. And I know you also have may have had some one of the big, huge aviation companies in the world. In one of those, they also turned a blind eye on the warnings that were sounded by engineers there. And then the planes are starting to have problems. So that's an ethical conduct. Okay, objectivity. This one, I'll try and talk about it from the natural sciences perspective, because natural sciences colleagues say they can be objective. We don't know in human sciences that assertion is challenged. You have to strive to avoid bias in experimental design, data analysis, data interpretation, peer review, personnel decisions, grant writing, expert testimony, and other aspects of research where objectivity is expected or required. Right, and then avoid or minimize bias or self-deception. In fact, to minimize it, you have to be aware of it and declare it. If you declare your biases, we will want to know how you will manage them. One of the students I supervised comes to me, first meeting, say, I want to do a study on HIV and blah, blah, and teachers and so on. I know teachers are not supported in school for what. And then I say, tell me about yourself. And then they say, I'm an HIV positive teacher. then you can see the biases there. Then we have to start managing the biases. It's it's quite a sensitive issue that you have to manage. Integrity. Your promises in your agreements must be kept, and then act with sincerity. Strive for consistency of thought and action. Carefulness. Avoid careless errors and negligence. So sometimes they are picked up, these things are picked up later, and then you say, I did not take that into consideration, which is not good. Carefully and critically examine your own work and the work of your peers. Keep good record of research activities such as data collection, research design, and correspondence with agencies and journals. Okay. Openness, share data. We know there are sensitive stages. You share data at some point. There are certain stages where you should not be sharing your data because it's not complete. So when you are done, you can share that. Then be open to criticism. Sorry, now, yes. Slides are not moving now.
Maybe try stop sharing and then, okay, it's moving.
Okay, now they are moving again. Okay, I think I was here. Yes, and then transparency, disclose methods, materials, assumptions, analysis, and other information needed to evaluate your research. Yeah, so we know some of the channels will want all this, everything from methods, from materials, from assumptions, from analysis, and everything. Over and above the journal article that you submitted. So they will want to have a look at them, and sometimes they even do the same experiments that you said you did, and they say, "No, we found different. We had different findings." And so accountability: take responsibility for your part in research, and be prepared to give an account. So mainly, you find large-scale project leaders saying, no, it was maybe the research assistants who did that. No. Accountability, responsibility for that. If you led a project, you will know it's for you. Everything, whether it's intellectual capital in the is the responsibility of the lead researcher. And whether the process is taking place in ways that are ethical, that is the responsibility of the leader. Human subjects and participants protection. I think you have heard about this one now a few times. Research on human subjects try to minimize harms and risks, non-malfeasance, and maximize beneficence, respect human dignity, privacy, autonomy, take special precautions with vulnerable populations, and strive to distribute the benefits and burdens of research fairly. We will also try to deal with the vulnerable populations. I'll mention a few examples of vulnerable populations. And usually, when you apply for ethical clearance, the applications are classified according to risk. There will be those that can be exempted from review. Maybe if you are doing desktop studies in the main, but sometimes you are doing desktop studies and they involve medical records of people, then the risk gets higher. Even if it might be a desktop study. And then there are those that are expedited reviews. I don't know how other institutions handle them, but those are low risk, maybe to slightly medium risk. They can be approved on an ongoing basis if you have experts that will look at that, maybe 2 or 3 on behalf of the committee, and then they can approve them. And then you have the high risk ones where you have your full committee sitting, deliberating on the applications. Intellectual property, owner patents, copyrights, and other forms of intellectual property. Do not use unpublished data, methods, or results without permission. Secure permission from the custodian of the data. Even those that are doing studies that use secondary data. Secondary data will be data that was already generated. But then you must have permission from the researcher who generated that data. In most cases, when you go to institutions, the registrars at those institutions are generally regarded as the custodians of the data. You want the student records, you want the staff records, and so on. So they are generally the custodians of that data. Or sometimes it was certain activities that were done at work, and then you want to evaluate their impact. Whatever data that was collected, or at some point it will be information and not data. It will be information, and then you get it from the custodian of such data. Proper acknowledgement or credit for all contributions in research. Never plagiarize or even self-plagiarism. Even if it was your idea, and now you are repeating it again, you must acknowledge yourself. Okay, and then confidentiality. Protect confidential communications such as papers or grants submitted for publication, personnel records, trade or military secrets, and so on, and patient records and so on. So I think I made an example of patient records. Even patient records, even if you apply for patient records, in my experience, we would want to know how you will de-identify that data. De-identification of the data such that when you write your papers, the data analyzed there cannot point you to any other person. So cannot lead to the identification of any other person or whose records is found there. The other, maybe let me talk about this because some people get confused sometimes. Because you are a lecturer at your institution, and there is something exciting that happens in your lecture rooms, and then you say, I can write a paper about that. No, ethically speaking, if we are respectful of ethics, that should spark interest in that particular research, and you must go and write a proposal, go through the ethical clearance application process, and get ethical clearance approval, and then conduct your research. I think I'm just emphasizing what I said earlier, because sometimes the colleagues will say, no, I was like, no, the registrar and the vice chancellor, you can't abuse their clients, the students or the staff members. You have to apply for ethical clearance, conceptualize a project, apply for ethical clearance, and conduct your study. And many of our colleagues do that, particularly those that are involved in community engagement projects. They go there in the communities and then they find something exciting to say, this is data. And then I can just go, no, it has to follow due process. Avoid discrimination against participants based on sexuality. We know the LGBTQI communities sometimes, in terms of research, there may be some discrimination. Certain races, well, I said, and we know certain races are more researched than others, ethnicity as well, or other factors not related to scientific competence and integrity. Right. Potential, I said before that there's always potential for risk. So even when you least expect it. So as a researcher, I think the correct word is to be suspicious. You always think that there should be something there that can come up and evoke harm, even though it may look innocuous. Innocuous meaning it may not produce any ill effect. So if participants are required to engage in an activity that might diminish their self-respect or cause them to experience shame, embarrassment, or regret, that's a potential stress. There was a story in the newspapers many years ago where a biology teacher, was teaching about reproduction and so on. And I know that teacher was fired because of that unethical conduct. And then she said the learners must demonstrate. So I still remember the caption was "Biology lesson gone too far." So that act should have caused shame, and embarrassment or regret on the part of those that were instructed to do that. And then if participants are exposed to questions which may be experienced as stressful or upsetting, or to procedures which may have harmful side effects, and if stimuli, tasks, or procedures are used which may be experienced as stressful, noxious, or unpleasant. Still continuing, I said at some point that I will come to the vulnerable groups, I don't like the word special, but they are vulnerable groups. So vulnerable groups include children, minor children, persons who are intellectually or mentally impaired, incarcerated persons, people in unequal relationship, refugees, people in war zones, and so on and so on. So harm will mean physical, emotional, psychological, social, or legal harm. Voluntary informed consent. This is very important. Initially, it was just called informed consent. I know those of you that may have had an opportunity to go to court, you will hear the magistrate or the judge saying, "Do you understand?" So it's very important that you understand. So even when you are charged, you understand. So informed consent is not valid unless the participant understands the information. It is the responsibility of the investigator or the researcher to ensure understanding or comprehension. So they have to understand, and then they can say, yes, we will participate. The reason why it has to be informed, sometimes we may not understand when we say it has to be translated into a local language, is because they have to understand. So you translate all the instruments, you translate the informed consent document. Briefly, we will come to what the contents of the informed consent document are, even though it may vary from institution to institution, but we will at least try and take you through that so that when you do it, you know the information that must be contained in there. I know many institutions have an informed consent template. Most of the time, the researchers don't edit it. They just give it back as it is. So the home language is very important, or the dominant language in there. So the consent form should meet the 4 criteria: be brief, be readable, be in a format that helps people to comprehend and remember the information, and serve as a script for face-to-face discussions with potential participants. The guidelines, this is what I was talking about. The project title should be understandable by the layperson. That is why in some of the research ethics committees, it is required that you have a layperson from the community. No abbreviations, right? In sentence case, at some institutions, they will own. Sometimes the abbreviations are very confusing. I agree with those that will say, but they are well-known abbreviations and so on. I agree, but there are those that are very complicated. And sometimes it gets more complicated with how many you put. If you go to 2 or 3 abbreviations or acronyms in one title, where you have to have maybe 12 or 10 words, 12 to 15 words, then it gets complicated. A statement of the project aims, and in terms of those should be understandable by the layperson. The names, affiliations, and contact details, degree school, university, or degree department, or college, or faculty, and so on. That information should appear there. Contact addresses or telephone of an independent person to whom potential subjects may contact for further information, usually the project supervisor, team leader, or school director. Yes, usually the supervisor's contact details must appear there. Yeah, in some areas where people are more educated, they do bring these things up that they were not happy with you, or they can just call you to say, hey, your student is here, just to confirm that it is true that that is happening. A brief explanation of how the participant was identified, maybe because they have been teaching mathematics for the last 5 years, it is in senior phase or in grade 12. So then they were selected in that way. A clear explanation of what is required of the participant who agrees to participate, including descriptions of any procedures they will undergo and any tasks they will perform, together with an indication of possible discomfort or any possible hazard involved. So people there must understand. That's why I said this was very important for them to understand. These days we added voluntary because they can withdraw at any time. One, they can say, no, I don't want to participate in your study, or they can withdraw at any time. So they should know about potential benefits, if there are payments or reimbursements, maybe for their travels. We know incentives are allowed, but they must be justifiable. I've heard people saying now the data is being bought now. I wonder how ethical that will be when we buy data, whether we'll get the authentic data or some form of other data. A statement on the use of any written audio or visual recordings to be made. Usually video recordings, we used to discourage them, but if you use video recording, then you have to mitigate against the risk of them being identifiable. An indication of how and when the gathered data or generated data will be disposed of. Usually they say 5 years, and how it will be stored, and how it will be also not only stored, but also how it will be accessed and who will access it. Confidentiality and anonymity. Total time involved, if they are going to have 3 2-hour sessions, 1 per week, that must be disclosed in the informed consent document. Decision not to participate, you include that statement that says, if you decide not to participate or decide to withdraw at any time, there will be no form of disadvantage. And then a statement that participation is voluntary, that's why we now call it voluntary informed consent. And that participants are free to withdraw at any time. Declare any conflict of interest. So you also declare it in the informed consent document. Yeah, I'm almost there now. So I took this one out of the document that I was sharing. That one of the National Health Research Ethics Council. Every institution, health agency, and health establishment at which health research is conducted must establish or have access to a research ethics committee. That is according to the National Health Act, Section 73. The main responsibility of each committee is to conduct rigorous ethics review of research protocols to ensure that the welfare and other interests of participants, researchers, and animals used for scientific purposes are properly protected, and that the research will be conducted in accordance with the required ethical norms and standards. So that section 73 there, it states that research ethics committees must grant approval where research protocols meet the ethical standards of that health research ethics committee. Then the last one, I think I have to take you through this because sometimes, particularly the supervisors, they feel that research ethics committees are overreaching their mandate. They will tell you that I was told many times as an ethics chair, no, you are not supervising there. You are a research ethics committee chairperson. Yeah, so why do you have, like, if they in the title they don't even check the spellings of the title. They will write learners instead of learners. I know maybe in their minds and in their hearts it's learners, but the other R is missing. So we read it as learners. And then when we query that, they say that's overreach. Ideally, before submission to they also ask about research methodology. If you say, okay, this is a participatory action research study, but then we don't see the instrument, or we don't see the methodologies, the cyclic methodology, where you'll have your planning, your action, and your observations and your reflections. We don't see those things. We send it back. Maybe I should talk at the end. I'll talk about how the research ethics committees are constituted. Maybe you'll understand why. So before submission to the research ethics committee, persons with discipline, specific expertise and experience should assess whether the proposed methodology and the study design of the protocol are sound and aligned with the relevant disciplinary scholarly standards. The study is feasible for the circumstances considering available resources. The importance and novelty of the scientific question are appropriate. The stated aims and objectives are achievable and will likely produce valid outcomes. The evaluation of the relevant literature and previous studies are thorough and appropriate. The researchers are suitably qualified. Let me just make an example of the researchers. So you'll find that all of a sudden I want to do a study on mental health. But in my studies, there was nowhere where I did as foundational knowledge or disciplinary knowledge studies on. I did not study any mental health content. And then now I want to do research on that. Do I have the requisite understanding of that concept, mental health? So we also challenge those, whether researchers are suitably qualified. And you find that sometimes the supervisor has not done studies on mental health. So the suggested research data management plan seems appropriate. The data dissemination plan is okay. Right, for research within the social context, that is including qualitative and quantitative research methods approaches. The chosen theoretical paradigm and methodology must be assessed for suitability in light of the stated aims and objectives. Ethical implications of the selected design, methodology, and research plan must also be analyzed. That is my second last slide, or the next slide I think is the one that everybody's looking forward to. That is the thank you slide. But let me talk briefly about the constitution of the research ethics committee, so that you understand when they query certain things, where does that come from? So the research ethics committees usually are constituted according to desirable expertise. So like I was in the Humanities and Social Sciences Research Ethics Committees. The expertise will include an expert in quantitative research, an expert in qualitative research, or mixed methods, That is the methodological part. And then sometimes you have your social worker, that would qualified social worker, qualified psychologist. Those will be dealing with looking at how you will mitigate any form of risk or potential harm. They will be looking at that. And then you'll have your community activist. If you are dealing with studies in the health sciences, you will have the qualified specialist there, a qualified nurse, who's an academic at the institution, a qualified nurse, a qualified medical doctor, all those specializations, a cultural and linguistic expert at the institution, and so on. So you look at the expertise. If you have students, qualifications in architecture, you will also have someone with from the built environment, so to help the committee understand. So it's the committees usually are based on expertise rather than on positions people hold in their own institutions. Thank you very much. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for a very exhaustive presentation. You've taken us through the various definitions of research ethics, to the history behind research ethics, theoretical orientations, the major principles, and key issues that emerge from research ethics that are never taken into consideration by researchers and academics. And I think I've learned a lot. I'm sure the audience have also learned a lot from your presentation. I see there are lots and lots of questions or comments in the chat. But then the quiz that is going to follow might help address some of these concerns that have been raised in the chat. So what I would suggest is that we go through the quiz before emerging from the presentation. Is that fine with everyone? Yeah, so Johan, I think you can then put the quiz on please.
Sure. Second. Chair, just before we go on, I did have a slide. Hi, afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Andrea Juan from the HSRC. I just wanted to make note of best practices for researchers when using AI. It is an area of research or tool of research that we cannot get away from. Now we have to embrace it, but use it as a tool and know the advantages, but also the pitfalls that come with it. So AI is a large language learning models such as ChatGPT or Perplexity are becoming increasingly common to actually analyze data. So researchers are putting in tables, they're putting in their qualitative transcripts. Atlas TI has an AI function now that automatically analyzes for you. And so researchers are using it, as a time saver and are now relying on it to generate results and findings. But with this, the best practice is to validate and review and always cross-check AI-generated analysis and writing. Sometimes the AI will hallucinate, it will make up things. So you've still got to immerse yourself in the data, know the findings you think will come out, be an expert in it before you use the AI as a tool. Very important, do not upload identifiable data and transcripts onto platforms because these are cloud-based technologies and is already a breach of personal, in South Africa, POPIA, the Protection of Personal Information Act, because once you've uploaded it into your ChatGPTs or your Claudes, it is now sitting on a cloud. And this may have demographic information, names, contact data. So always have de-identified quantitative data and transcripts if you're uploading. Always disclose the use of AI in your methodology or your acknowledgements and say how you used it. So did you use it for to help you with your language? Did you use it for analysis? What particularly did you use it for? Use ethically approved tools that have data security and ethical standards. So for example, Atlas TI has end-to-end encryption. So you can use that, whereas ChatGPT does not have encryption. So and that's how it learns, is that it has access to all the data that is uploaded. Avoid over-reliance on AI. Use it as a support tool, not a replacement. We cannot replace the critical thinking and the scholarly judgment that you have. That is what you bring to the table. And the last 2 points are just, keep abreast of ethical guidelines and AI capabilities, and ensure that AI use respects cultural, social, and contextual sensitivities. And I think this is currently one of the major limitations in AI, is that it is a very global North-centric, has a very global North-centric perspective and the answers that it gives you. We're going to move on to a short quiz. So if you can scan that QR code, or you can go to slido.com and put in the number 2599150. And once you've joined, we can start the quiz. So I'll give you just a few seconds to do that. All right, hopefully a few people have joined, so I can move on to the next slide. It will ask for your name. So far, great. Okay, let's see if we can get up to 100. Make it competitive. Great, well done. So the first question, you have 20 seconds. What is the difference between assent and consent in research? Oh, I think that went a bit too quickly. Only 39 of you managed to get in. But 62% chose C. Assent is the agreement for someone who's not legally able to give full consent. Matthias, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I think the C that they've chosen is correct. So accent is agreement from someone not legally able to give full consent. So in such a case, the parent might give consent on behalf of the person. Why consent is the legally valid permission given by an individual who is legally competent to make their own decisions. So I think the 62% is correct.
Yeah, so assent you generally get from minors, while full consent is those above the age of 18 years. When should risk mitigation be addressed in research? After data collection, only if participants complain, during the final report, as part of the initial risk benefit assessment. Great, so majority of you got your questions in. 93% said D. Over.
Yeah, the 93% is correct. So risk mitigation should be addressed throughout the entire research process. That's from initial planning to post-project evaluations. Normally, when you identify risk early, it allows for development of effective mitigation strategies, ensuring smoother research execution and minimizing potential negative impact. So it's correct.
Do private consultancies need ethical approval for research that involves people?
E.
Okay, so 99% chose C.
Yeah, I think the 99% from my own end, it's correct. Yes, private consultants do need ethical clearance for research involving human participants. And this is to ensure that research is conducted ethically, protecting the rights and well-being of the participants. So it's correct.
And maybe just to add that organizations like the HSRC do, and there are other research ethics granting bodies that private organizations will submit their applications to.
Yeah.
Next question, what is a risk of using financial incentives in research? And this was a question that came up in the chat.
B.
So 90% chose B.
Yeah, it looks for me, I think the 90%, they may bias participation decision. Yeah. What I have here is that financial incentives in research, while potentially beneficial for recruitment, they carry the risk of undue influence, bias to the recruitment or enrollment, and can compromise informed consent. Normally, participants might feel pressure to participate in research, even if they have concerns about the risk involved due to financial reward.
Right. I do note that on our research ethics committee, they do lean towards giving what they call it's not called an incentive, it is compensation for time and effort. So if it's an online interview, you can be compensated with data or airtime. But it needs to be in line with the time and effort that it would take to complete the survey or whatever it may be. Next question, what is an emancipated minor? Proctor talk about this.
B.
Right, 86% chose B.
Yeah, it's a technical one. Like an emancipated minor is a person under the age of 18 who is legally considered an adult for certain purposes, such as consenting to participate in research. So such a status is typically granted by a court order or through specific legal provisions. But even in such a situation, I mean, ethical consideration remains important. So researchers must still ensure that participation is voluntary, it's informed, and in the best interest of the minor. So I think we'll have to together agree on the answer based on what I've just said.
Is retrospective ethics approval acceptable?
B.
All right, so 74% here said no, it's unethical and invalid.
Yeah, it's something that came up in Professor Vipane's presentation. He said, no, it's unethical. What I have here, in most cases, retrospective ethics approval or granting of ethics approval after research is not acceptable. So approvals might require, approvals are required before studies are conducted, but exceptions may exist, and sometimes at the discretion of the research ethics chair, who might call for expedited research, but generally retrospective ethics approvals are invalid as stated on B.
Great. What should researchers do if a participant wants to be identified? Oh, 90% said get written permission and explain the risks.
Yeah, I think this is something that also came up in the presentation. They say researchers should first confirm the participants' understanding of the implications of identification and ensure they still consent to being identified. Researchers should document this consent and proceed while maintaining other aspects of confidentiality, such as not sharing personal information beyond what is necessary. So, yeah.
Can teenagers aged 14 to 17 consent to studies on sexual health alone? So without parental consent? All right, so we have a bit of a mixed bag here. Most people said no, only adults can. And 36% said only when the Research Ethics Committee has approved the exemptions.
Yeah, And I think I go with those for only with research ethics committee approval. They can consent only after research ethics approval, because in most cases, they might not be aware of the implications. So I go for this B.
I think also, so this is in line with South African research ethics guidelines, because sexual health studies may out teenagers, you can apply for an exemption for the age group 14 to 17. So they can consent without parental approval.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification.
What if a child cannot give assent due to learning difficulties? All right, so 88% said C, consult the Research Ethics Committee and adjust procedures to protect the child.
Yeah, I think that's correct too. That's what I have here. So in such a case, the researcher has to consult the research ethics committee and adjust the procedures to protect the child.
We're almost done. Can mentally disabled but stable individuals consent to research? So a mental illness as well is covered here. Okay, so 68% say yes if they have the capacity to understand and communicate their decision, and 25% said only with a guardian's consent.
Yeah, I think I go with those who have selected C, that they can consent to research if they understand the purpose of the research and are stable.
What should a researcher do if gatekeepers demand payment?
Yeah, I think that's
Oh, 100% correct. Report it and avoid unethical agreements. Well done.
yeah, that's an interesting one here. They say the researcher should first reassess the situation, understand the gatekeeper's motivation, and explore alternative. They involve negotiating, appealing to ethical guidelines, or finding alternative access routes, which speaks to the idea of reporting. C.
Great. How should ethics committees address time-sensitive research needs? This was another area that Prof covered. So 66% said create expedited or emergency review pathways. whereas 32 said have more, regular reviews. The correct answer is C.
Yeah, I think the correct answer is C, because here they say ethics committee should establish clear, predefined processes for reviewing time-sensitive research, including expedited review procedures. They should also prioritize communication, ensure adequate resources, and potentially utilize remote reviewers or review capabilities. So it speaks to C.
I hope this is the last one. Is giving back to the community leaders enough if households are recruited in research? So feedback should be part of your research process. And the correct answer is C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C, but they also say no, providing feedback solely to community leaders after recruiting households is generally not sufficient for meaningful community engagement. So, yeah.
So we'll give it to those who said D as well. How can gatekeepers ensure that they receive final research reports? All right, 92% set clear agreements from the start.
Yeah, I think C is correct. What they say here, by establishing clear agreements specifying the delivery of a final research report, including its format, timeline, and what constitutes a final version. So C is.
So our congratulations to Rue, who got 14 out of 14. Well done. And then in second place, we have Titelo, Diantha, followed by Sarah and Stephen.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Dr. Andrea. I think the responses to the quiz speaks to the presentation given by Professor Dipani. So it shows that we've learned a lot from his presentation. And I think now it's time for us to take advantage of this opportunity to learn more from Professor Dipani and also to learn from each other by sharing our expertise. I noticed that there are so many questions in the chat box. So I don't know. I think instead of starting with a question, I would rather give the opportunity to the audience to get their concerns clarified by Professor Dipani. So I don't know if there's anybody who has been taking down some of the questions in the chat box. So colleagues, the floor is open for questions and answers, please, for observations or comments.
One question that Joseph has asked is the balance between what is ethical and what is legal, because the law may require you to do something that you find immoral and break confidentiality. And so the question is more about how as a researcher, you can protect your participants?
Yeah, no. If I were to respond there, yeah, that is a big challenge because if you are involved in a particular study and there are some disclosures there, legally there is an expectation to report to the police. So you say you are engaged in data generation and criminal activities reported. You are expected to report to the police. However, I did, in my experience as chair, consult with the people from the police about that, asking them the similar question. So, and then I was told that because there is confidentiality there and there are those things which I did not understand, the person may be protected because they are going to de-identify the participant and which I didn't understand. But there's that conundrum, whether it's legal or what. But legally, if a crime is reported and you are there, you know about it, you have to report it. And there was another question about in Somaliland where there are no research ethics committees. It's not the only African country. I think there are others African countries where we find that there are no research ethics committees, but it depends where your study is being done. If it's done in South Africa, usually, even though we don't have jurisdiction over there, most of the time we will request a senior person to assist you in terms of rolling out the project, even though we may give ethical clearance this side. That's a little bit of experience that I am aware of, but I know that where you don't have jurisdiction, you can't give ethical clearance for that place or country. Reinvestment, is it a benefit or it's not necessarily reinvestment, it's compensation. So research must not leave you poorer than you were before you started participating. So in terms of the compensation is for the time, effort, and inconvenience. Those that are smart enough, they say there's a formula that you work it out with, but what I know basically is that if you use transport money, that has to be reimbursed. If I take you away from your lunch, I have to give you lunch, not a 3-course meal, but lunch. Not too extravagant, but just lunch. Yeah. And then protection using focus group discussions. I think there was also a response to that one. It's better to communicate that certain expected behaviors, like you expect them not to disclose other participants' information in ways that are harmful. They may even sign something to say, we participating in this focus group discussions, pledge not to, something like that. That may be protection to some extent. Thank you.
So colleagues, we're in the Q&A session now, so feel free to raise your hand and come up with your question or comments. We still have some time left, about 20 minutes or so.
Can I come in?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, thanks.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. Salela and the team. And thank you for this quiz, because that's where my questions are coming from for better understanding. So the private sector, when we do research, I'm not aware if the practice is there on the ground, that there is ethics clearance that is acquired before. So I just wanted to understand how is it done from a private sector perspective where research involves people. And the other question will be legal from my side, that the teens between 14 and 17 can consent to studies on sexual health alone. I understood it to mean without their parents' consent, and the answer was yes. So I just wondered, how is it that the Research Ethics Committee can give approval for children to participate in this kind of study without the consent of the parents? Like, I'm not so sure if I understand that part, where the research ethics says more authority over the children than the parents. And the last one was on the mental disability, which is also a legal question for me, that if you are mentally disabled, you are incapacitated. For me, it's on everything that requires decision making. But within this context of research, it seems they can participate if they understand. But my understanding is that they are legally not capacitated to make such decisions. So I just wanted to be clarified. So when I go to practice, I understand what I'm doing. Thank you.
Private companies, I know in my previous experience, the Research Ethics Committee, they could still approve ethical clearance applications from private persons and private organizations, but they had to pay a certain fee for that. So I am aware of that. I don't know about your specific company, but I'm aware that some ethical clearance committees also cater for private researchers or researchers from private organizations. Okay, and then about the children being allowed in that document that I spoke about, NDOH 2024, there is a section there on waivers, where you either waive gatekeeping or you waive informed consent. There is a section, whole section on waivers. I can't remember the contents by heart, but I know there's a section on waivers. So the Research Ethics Committee has to satisfy itself that that waiver is applicable. Thank you.
I think maybe just to add to Prof's answer, Lufuno, because sexual and reproductive health is such a significant research area and research problem, I think globally, when the research problem is of significance to society, you can use that as a reason for waiving parental consent, especially with the LGBTQI community, who may not have come out to their parents, or sexual behaviors that adolescents are participating in. If you would ask for parental consent, that would, one, limit participation in your study, and also limit the truthfulness of the information that you get. So it's not an easy thing to do. You really have to motivate for it, for the ethics committee to grant you that approval. And the same for any mental impairments. You have to really show that there will be some, how you will ensure that informed consent is obtained. It's not a simple thing, but because it's a significant area of research, you can apply for that sort of waiver.
And yeah, Okay, we can go ahead here. So I
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just have two questions. In terms of trustworthiness and rigor, when one is using a software like Atlas, where they've integrated AI, features, does that not take away from the credibility of one's findings or analyses? I'm not quite sure if I'm making sense. Yeah, and number two, are there any secure apps for transcription that you can recommend? Thank you.
I will have to find out with the transcription apps. But with regards to AI for analysis, that's why it's so important to verify your findings. So the advantage of AI is that you can do huge amounts of analysis in a short amount of time that would usually take you months to do. But at the same time, you've really got to verify sort of the veracity of the findings. So if there's a key theme coming out, you still have to go back and read the transcripts to see, is that what they actually meant? Or is it a misinterpretation? So you can't, it would be a poor practice to just take what the AI has generated for you as a finding.
Thank you.
okay, maybe can I add? I remembered something. What is your four theoretical orientations? There is one where utilitarianism, where the outcome of the research or the results of the research will help the the entire community. So if you use a few adolescents or young people in a study involving sexual health and reproductive health and so on, because that will benefit other communities, you may waive that parental consent or permission. So they can give that and participate. It is for the good of the community, for society. But it's very difficult, like it was said. It's not an easy decision.
Great. Can we move on to the next question? Is it Tamila Hen?
Okay,
Go
thank you
ahead.
very much. Yeah, thank you very much for the session so far. So I have just one question here. I want to ask if it is appropriate to engage in researches that are not linearly or directly connected to your area of study, and what are the ethical considerations to make when one is doing this, if there is a permission for that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I touched briefly on that, whether you remember I made an example of mental health, and you have not studied mental health in your academic journey. So yeah, already we will ask that. Even the supervisor will ask whether the supervisor has expertise to supervise in terms of that area. Most of the time you'll see some of my students doing work in mathematics education. I always find somebody as a co-supervisor to check that mathematics. Otherwise, they will rely into us and then I will not be able to pick it up, which is unethical or misrepresenting. Let me not use the street language. They will be misrepresenting facts there and then I will not be able to pick it up. Or sometimes it's just a study in English. You would want somebody that has in-depth knowledge about English to to be the co-supervisor. So if you are doing that, that is outside of your field. Yeah, what do you know about that which is outside your field? Yeah, so there will be some form of being unethical there, some level of being unethical about studies that you do that you don't know much about. I'm sure you meant that by outside your field.
Bertrand, go ahead.
So, should I go ahead or?
Yeah, go ahead. We are
Okay,
running out of time.
Okay, Prof, my question was just, I just wanted to know if somebody wanted to write, let me say researcher at the HSRC wanted to write an opinion piece on some published data concerning something like health studies carried out within one of the communities in the province, either KZN, Free State. Are they still to get ethical clearance for that? I mean, if they're reporting on major outcomes, but making their own assessment of it and then informed opinion or an educational, maybe they've carried out something on, I mean, educational outcomes, some research on education within the provinces and schools. And this researcher now wants to make an opinion on it. Yeah, are they to still go back and get consent to give their own opinion, or should they rely on the fact that these other people obtained ethical clearance before they went out to, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, I understand your question in these two ways. It is what you are saying and what maybe you want to say. If it's an opinion piece, you don't need ethical clearance. An opinion piece that appears in the Sunday newspaper there by an academic, it's just your reflections. They don't need ethical clearance. If it's a scientific publication in a
scientific publication, Prof. Let me put more scientific publication. Yes, please. That one.
Yes, you need ethical clearance.
Oh my, really?
Ethical clearance can either be exempted. So somebody must look at it, review it, and say, this one is okay without being reviewed. It's exemption. Or it can be expedited. You can say there's some level of risk here, but we can subject it to 2 or 3 reviewers, and if they are in agreement, we approve it. Or it can be of a high risk. Like say you are going to analyze the medical records and then you give your own opinions there. Then you'll be telling us about certain consequences from certain diseases or certain medical practices. That one, there's some experts in the ethics committee must have a look at it. And maybe the whole committee must have a look at it. So therefore the risk gets higher then. So, but if it's going to be a scientific publication, it needs ethical clearance. So, what I say is all research must be ethically accounted for, either by exemption, either by expediting, or by full research ethics committee approval.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
Sure, thanks, Prof. Thank you.
Cooper?
Yeah, any other question, please, or comment before we close?
So on my question then, Prof, at what stage then, so should the researcher then seek for ethical approval at the very beginning, before he actually initiates writing out his assessment of the data, view that, okay, within the field, there is ongoing engagement, and there are a couple of maybe publications that have already come out, or studies that have already been done. So he must at each time then first seek for clerical before he sits down to write. Or is it okay for him to do the writing and then seek the ethical clearance along the way or at the end? How would that?
No. before research can start, ethical clearance must be in place. Ethical clearance approval must be in place. You don't sit down and write. When you conceptualize a project, it's different from the actual writing of the research output. But when you conceptualize it, you can sit down and conceptualize. But then before the research process starts, before you go for data generation, whatever kind of form of data generation it is, whether you are using literature that is already available. Remember when you use articles and then you do the scoping reviews and systematic reviews, that is still a scientific study. And your data is those articles. You're analyzing them as data. So you have to have ethical clearance before you go and collect those. But you would have seen, maybe you would have read 10, 20 of them, and then they gave you some ideas. You use that to conceptualize your project. I hope it helps.
Okay, sure. Thanks, Prof. Thanks.
Sure. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for participating in this very important session on research ethics. I think on behalf of the coordinators of the SIT Annual Emerging and Established African Researchers Training Academy, we really like to thank Professor Dipane Tlalele for the very enriching presentation. We also would like to thank those who have joined in from across the continent and beyond. We understand that there are still questions, there are concerns, but we're unable to address all because of time constraints. So I think what we may suggest is that those who still have questions and concerns, they can contact Dr. Andre Joan, who can then forward them to Professor Tlalele for assistance. I think with that, thank you once again, and I declare the session closed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you
Bye.
so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank
Thank
you. Please,
Bye.
please remember to fill in the evaluation. Apologies. Please fill in the evaluation form.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
For the reminder.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you
are
very
you going
much.
to share it?